something to get this before Christmas. She said, I don't. Yeah. Big giant bag of bird seed. What? Oh yeah.
You too.
I'll just say something. Up there.
Yes.
We're waiting for.
Yeah,
Yeah, you are live.
thank you. And also for any of you that weren't at the September meeting, we've had to rearrange the way we do the live stream so people now do see the Zoom screen. So they'll see a video of us sitting here. Yeah, I mean, it's just about 9.
For those of you who may be out there on the stream, we're just waiting for folks to show up to start the meeting. Sorry for the delay, but it's kind of always like this with people coming in from all over the place because we're a statewide organization. So just bear with us and we'll get our members here and get going shortly. And I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, I mean.
Richard, I want to ask you something. Well, I guess Brian, I haven't heard or seen anything about how we are learning with year's budget.
Oh, that's not unusual.
You probably have a copy of this already.
During December, if you start getting.
No, these are for everyone and then it
So I haven't got
has the agenda and.
So
minutes, and then
the
you-
constitutional requirement is that she has to present it on January 6th.
Oh.
So what, well, she presents, she'll release it. So this between now and the 6th is always is the scramble where they're putting the pieces together. No,
I
think-
did, but that was a while ago.
Yeah, no, they're
Yeah,
just.
yeah, especially given history. I know
Hopefully they're
I've
gonna-
gone through those boxes.
Hopefully they're
and
gonna at least
giants,
make that
and
extra
it's like
money
this very, very involved.
ongoing, you know, for Richard Moore is.
Yeah.
Without that, we get them.
No, I think that if that,
Mhm.
you know, you may hear, typically what happens is if they're looking to change what was requested or make alterations, then you get question or something. And that would happen.
That's kind of what I was
Now,
thinking, right? Yeah, but I didn't know if I should check
Sorry, I don't remember.
You want to stand?
I'm waiting to see if they have a question.
I open my bag, look,
Good.
what do I see but Zeke?
Ah,
Picture right on the front page of the second section.
That's a surprise to me.
from the State House?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it's from the State House thing.
yeah, there were a lot of people taking pictures.
There you were. I said, I knew that.
Oh, Richard, I haven't seen you live in ever so long. See, it's really do exist. You, I have to thank the turn by turn connections.
And just so you both know, we're currently live streaming.
Currently.
So.
Okay,
Well,
well,
it's
that's
good.
all right. I won't do anything really stupid. Was just in Bucksport last night.
Oh, you were?
Oh, yeah. Drying some rugs at the laundromat and looking for a place to have a cup of coffee late. We ended up at McDonald's.
Oh. Well, you should have come down on McLeod's, that's where we were.
I like the clouds. We dinner there once in a while for a special dinner. It's really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were doing last night. It was my birthday, so my wife took me out to dinner.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I suggested McLeod's and Katrina said, no. That's just for supper, not.
Is there anything that's like the Airbnb?
The challenge they're having is that they're pretty much now
Might occur to me.
reservation only because it's so short staffed.
Yeah, short staff. Where did everybody go? I mean. All kinds of.
That the demographic wave, but it's just as predicted.
Yeah,
Gonna
I
probably
mean,
do
you go into, again, a McDonald's or or any of those.
I'm gonna look at mine.
You say, where do you go?
Computers?
What do they do? There is the work.
Well, there are a lot fewer.
That's true.
There are a lot fewer.
We have-
You know, the demographics are clear.
You can't see them unless
Yeah.
they're
So I
talking
didn't,
about
I had
Sandy
already
and
sent
Bert.
out.
Well, that's
I
fine.
didn't want to send them another. email, But I think we can just kind of
I can
quickly summarize what was in that.
quickly summarize.
We can do that when we get to the top.
Okay,
It's that kind of a story. Which is fun.
yes. Yes.
Do you know if Sam was joining by Zoom?
I didn't reach out to him, I'm not sure.
Okay,
I can find out.
that would be great. We have Bert, Joey and Sandy.
Oh, yeah. Sam says he's on his way.
He's on,
He will get on, so probably soon.
okay.
The table, yes. Rachel, did you guys see my email about?
I did see it,
All right,
Is it yes or no?
it's a no.
thank you.
Sorry. He said I had to remind him a couple times, but it was, it's not on his radar right now.
Okay.
But he promised to. Age, I don't- The way you can all go home.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Go home early.
You and the Chiefs.
Is there anybody come on Zoom?
Yes, we have Joey, Sandy and Bert.
Oh,
And I he just checked with Sam, it says it's coming.
Oh,
Bert looks
good
skinny.
morning, everyone.
Good morning.
you hear us okay?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes?
All right.
Fortunately,
Fortunately or unfortunately?
I said it in a way that maybe you could hear it either.
Yeah, I thought I saw Darren turning the volume down.
I thought I did too.
So Sarah and Newell, I guess, and Sam. are friends.
So we're at 7 now.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, at 7.
I couldn't get used to first.
I mean, we do have a provision in our bylaws to operate with reduced quorum when we have vacancies. But then we're likely to turn to that, so hopefully we won't.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's pretty rough without my truck.
I'm so sorry about that. What a horrible hassle. This is.
It says they estimate the time that'll be, the repairs will be final, is the 23rd. So of course, so we have to kind of leave a little later than we wanted to get up to Maine.
Hopefully it'll be done the 23rd, otherwise it'll be January.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of rough with we're operating with one vehicle.
It's unfortunately not gonna.
Well, the good thing is that I'm alive to complain about it all,
Yeah. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
So, Sandy's there, but we're just not seeing her.
I hope so. This is Newell.
There she is.
Oh, you won't see me unless I have something to say.
Okay. You can see. Is it real cold where you are? Is that why you got the earmuffs on?
Paul.
Yes, no, actually, I have a part-time job as an air traffic controller, so I'm doing that on another screen. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, hey, multitasking, way to go.
That's really funny.
Well, if anyone could do that, it'd be Sam.
I appreciate that. I think.
Well, for those of you who are here and have paper copies, I want to apologize that on the staff
I'll
report,
forward it.
when I did two-sided, it made the backside upside down. So you have to flip it over.
Texting it would be hard.
I never had that happen before.
That's printer settings.
So I don't know if Sarah was gonna be here in person herself.
I thought she was planning to Zoom also.
Okay, and Sam is,
He's on Wednesday.
He's coming
He's
physically.
zooming in, yeah.
but Newell is gonna be zooming.
He is.
Yeah, he's in Boston, I guess. Okay.
Sam says he's on.
Oh, Sam's zooming.
Yep.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you said driving. So we're one short of a quorum.
Oh, no.
Well, we do expect Sarah.
Here's Newell.
Newell's on?
Must be set where we only see them if they turn their camera on.
There is like a gallery view.
Newell's on.
Is that somebody impersonating Newell or is it actually Newell?
Newell's on. That sounds like a scientific term. Newell's on.
It has a lot of side effects.
It's a new chemical.
All right, well, so if Sam and Newell are both there, and here, well, we got 10. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, sorry, I went to the wrong.
Hello.
In the morning.
Who's reaching? So Newell? Chairman Louis.
Yeah, we asked that the chair recognize himself.
Yes.
We
Yes,
we
look in
have-
the mirror.
we have everybody in attendance.
Okay.
So you could, and we are on the public stream, so you could kick us off, start the meeting.
And then have to be on mute for quite a while. Yeah, well, let's open up the meeting. And who do we have?
Shall we go around the room and then go around the Zoom?
Sure.
Okay. With your permission, Newell, then I'll just sort of point at people. So we'll
Yes,
start-
thank you.
We'll start with Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah Medina, State Representative.
Good morning, Richard Rosen, State Commissioner.
Brian, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brian Collar and I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for Speaker Rachel Talbot Ross and yeah, she sends her regards. Zeke Croft McDonald, Tribal Commissioner for the Holton Band of Mousies.
Rachel Bell, I'm Projects Coordinator for MITSC.
Bob Checkaway, I'm one of the state appointees, and Mr. Crofton McDonald has omitted to add that he is now the ambassador for the nation.
John S.T. Kendall, I'm a researcher and writer on contract with MITSC.
Paul T-Bone, Managing Director for MITSC.
Darren Ranko, rep from Penobscot Nation.
And now we'll move to those who are attending on Zoom. I'm seeing Bert there, so we'll start with you, Bert.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bert Polchis, Commissioner representing the Penobscot Nation alongside of my buddy there, Darren.
And I see Joey.
Good morning, Joey Barnes, member of Passamaquoddy Tribe representing Indian Township.
Sandy.
Good morning, everyone. Sandy Yarmul, Passamaquoddy Tribe Ziwayig, Commissioner.
And Sam.
Sam St. John, Commissioner with the Holton Band of Mousied Indians.
All right, I believe that's everybody. So Newell, if you, at the point when you need to mute, let us know, but are you still good right now?
Best he's ever been.
Well, the next item on the agenda, as usual, is to review the agenda. So the agenda was sent out to those who were on the Zoom, and everyone here, I think, has been provided with a paper copy. Sarah, do you have one? Darren?
And we also have these.
I want one of those fancy.
Yeah,
things.
so I'll take the agenda packet out.
The materials are tucked into them.
Yeah, if you want to pass that.
Didn't make that.
Sarah needs one?
But yeah, Sarah.
Can you pass that down? Richard?
Thank you.
So the materials are tucked inside of those.
Well, they said they had them, so I
Oh,
took them out. Do you
well,
want the materials?
no,
for the-
no. Well,
I'm good. I have them all.
Okay, so I think everybody has the agenda now. So are there any suggestions to add to or change items in the agenda? No? Bert, have you had a chance to look? All right. Those out on the Zoom, anybody have any proposed change to the agenda? If not.
Nope.
Sam said no.
All right, I guess we'll go ahead with the agenda as proposed. The next item then is the approval of the minutes from the June meeting. That's the last set of meeting minutes we have. Those copies were provided. I give you a chance to look at it and see if someone has a motion to make regarding the minutes.
I move we accept the minutes as presented, minutes of the June 10th meeting as presented.
I second
Any discussion on the minutes? Don't hear any, so, all in favor of accepting the minutes as drafted? Is anybody opposed to accepting the minutes as drafted? You should, and on the Zoom, you should probably say so if you are. Okay, it sounds like it's unanimous. The next item is the financial report. It's a little different as far as what was provided in writing than I've done in the past, because I've now, I usually consolidated the financial piece into what I was calling the managing director report. But this time we did a joint report, staff summary from Rachel and I, in large part because I'm part-time at this time, and Rachel is full-time and doing more of the work. So so I'm going to highlight some things that were in the staff summary that relate, that would constitute the financial report. You have the three financial statements for November. And I guess on those, I would just say sort of the big picture is that we're pretty much where we would anticipate being at this point in the year. We've had a few things that were a little bit over budget, but we've also had some things that have been under budget. So it's been pretty much a wash in terms of the bottom line so far this year. I mean, the biggest change in terms of, well, one of the biggest changes was me going part-time. The other large change that's affected expenses is that we relocated the office. We now have the smaller space that is part of Cobs Creek Institute, but we also have access to their facilities there, which works out really well for us. And that is resulting in some significant savings in terms of our office, costs. We have the state funding in the bank for all of fiscal year 23, because the provision in our statute that allows us to just access all the money in one request. So that's for the year, that money is in the bank. We've had a preliminary communication with the tribes, and I want to bring this especially to the attention of the tribal representatives. I sent a message to the chiefs asking if they would consider a one-time increase in the tribal contributions to sort of reflect the approximately 50% increase the state has given us for the current biennium. So I haven't sent invoices, but at this point, what I plan to do is to send the usual invoice to the tribes for the amount that's been previously agreed on, but also send a supplemental invoice or request for an additional contribution that would increase the tribe's share for this year by 50%. That's what I plan to do. Yes, Bert.
Paul, you said you sent a one-time request for one-time increase, or is that meaning that you sent for the increase, but it'll
No, it's a request just for this current year, because we are currently in the second year of the state biennium where the state increased the state share by approximately 50% for those 2 years. We have not received an ongoing increase from the state. So my request to the tribes at this point was limited to only, this year, which is effectively the second year that the state agreed to give us the additional funding. I didn't ask the tribes for additional funding last year, well, in large part because of uncertainty about COVID, and it just didn't seem like a great time to be asking the tribes to have to try to come up with some more money. But I thought this year, at least, we would see if the tribes could voluntarily make that increase to sort of, in a sense, match the effort that state.
Well, the reason I asked is I remember, if I remember correctly, when we had Chief Francis on, he was all for, looking at, making an increase as far as Penobscot Nation goes. So,
Right.
I'm thinking, from my understanding, that would be, an ongoing thing, so.
And we will be very happy if Penobscot Nation wants to do that, but this request is limited to the current fiscal year, which is part of the current biennium.
All right,
The discussion with Chief Francis was part of the discussion with the state about the next biennium.
right, okay,
And he did indicate an openness to a tribal increase. We haven't had that conversation yet with the other chiefs.
right, well,
That's-
yeah.
but, right now, I'm just asking if they could, it is a foot in the door, so to speak. Yeah, if they could consider a voluntary increase for the current fiscal year. But thanks for asking me to clarify that. We have a budget prepared for review today. We'll get to that as a separate item. And as I just alluded to, we have the biennial meeting between the tribes and state back in August regarding the biennial meeting. We made an increase for a request for a substantial increase in MITSC funding that was designed to give us adequate funding to have a 2-employee staff on an ongoing basis. And that's still pending. We're waiting to see how we make out first of all, in the governor's budget. And the audit is, we expected it was going to be in mid-December. It's now been held off. It's not going to happen until the first part of January. But Pat has been preparing everything for that, and we have the same auditors we had last year. We don't really anticipate any particular issues. I think we've had 3 straight clean audits, and we're certainly hopeful that we're going to have a 4th. Just trying to see if there's anything else financial on here. And this is largely the result of Rachel's work. We received a second grant from the Broadreach Fund. For the first one was a planning grant for $10,000, which we used. We now have been awarded a second grant for $20,000 to carry on the work that was planned and initiated with the first grant. And that really is been Rachel's thing, and she deserves a lot of credit for sort of bringing that home for us. I think as far as financial matters, that's what I should add, I guess. In connection with the Broadreach grant, they needed a fiscal sponsor because we're not organized as a 501c3. So Cobscook Institute had on a one-time basis acted as our fiscal sponsor. They were willing to do it for the second grant proposal, but then on their own, they said, well, why don't we just have an ongoing agreement with you? If you can get other grants, we're willing to be your fiscal sponsor. So we have entered into an actual agreement now with Cobscook for the initial grant. Initial agreement is for a 2-year period, and they've offered to be our fiscal sponsor on any grants, and they've also offered to help us get grants, and they could be the fiscal sponsors on it. So that's been a real positive step. It should enhance our ability to reach out and secure other funding, because in the past, as you may recall, we've a lot of times run into issues because we're not organized as a 501c3, and we're a funny looking animal from the standpoint of a lot of funders. So. But Cobscook is well established, well known to most of the major funders, and so this should be a real help for us. And we're hoping that we can dovetail that with identifying new projects that we would then seek specific funding for with Cobscook's help, and be able to pursue those projects with new money instead of having this constantly stretch out money.
Does Cobscook receive a percentage of the
5%.
grant, 5%?
That's what they agreed to. It
Yeah,
seemed like-
that's good.
Yeah, it seemed like a pretty reasonable.
It is.
Just a question is that from a general strategy, is it the idea that pursuit of grant funds will be project funds as you stated? In other words, a grant funding will come in for a particular project and the project will complete and conclude and any costs tied to the funding as opposed to grant fundings for ongoing operations. Is that the strategy that you're describing?
That is exactly how Rachel and I had envisioned it. Is that we'd be looking for the grant funding for specific projects, yeah. And that is what we're doing with this one that we've got. It's what we did with the last one. Rather than try to get general funding from, which is tough to get, as I'm sure you know. Yeah, for general operations. It's a lot easier to sell it if we say we got this project.
Right.
And now we've got an ongoing fiscal sponsor, so we don't have that.
Thank you.
As far as financial stuff, that's what I have, and I can answer any questions about the reports or anything what I just said. Anybody has any questions?
What's the current $20,000 reach grant?
It's to continue and expand the work we've done with websites, social media. I should let Rachel. It's her thing. She's created it, done most of the work. Rachel, why don't you describe it?
I mean, I think it's really to continue expanding on MITSC's capacity in education and outreach, and using technology such as the website, really expanding the library so that it's can become a real extensive archive and resource for people such as legislators or the general public. Having like a consistent brand with all our communications and publications. So there's like a template we can use again and again, but make it individual, like each report is.
We use the fishing study really, and to some extent our involvement with the Wabanaki studies is kind of a, what would you call it, a laboratory, a pilot.
Yeah.
We've developed sort of templates, a publication guide. We're working on a publication guide that we will then be able to repeatedly use. Our reports won't all look exactly the same, but there will be common design features. Some of you may remember that in the past, MITSC had a lot of reports that had exactly the same cover, and it was hard to tell what was what. But now they'll have shared features, but they won't all look exactly the same. So there's a lot of different pieces to it on the social media thing. Rachel's been doing that. She went to Common Ground Fair and got a lot of new people signed up for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was over 200.
Got a lot of people on our I call it chip mail.
Bert helped with that.
Yeah, Bert was there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bert.
So that's what we intend to keep using the new grant to expand that work. Any other questions about financial issues? Because I guess I should say, because the big question, the elephant in the room remains, what is our funding going to be after this fiscal year? We're okay this year, given the current setup we have. I went part-time last April, I guess it was. So you'll see in the current budget proposal that we're proposing continuing that for the time being. But the long-term prospects really depend on what happens with the state funding, with whether the tribes submit new funding, because if we don't have additional funding, then we will not be able to maintain. we wouldn't actually even be able to maintain the 1.5 staff that we have now if we don't get some additional funding. We'd be back to having one person, which was the case for the commission for a long time. It was always a problem. Yeah. Somebody had a question?
All I do is Joey.
Yeah, hi, Joe.
In the report, I see you set meetings up with some of the chiefs. I know Chief Francis, you've already spoke with, but I didn't see anything with Chief Nicholas in Indian Township. Have you talked to him or set a meeting up or asked to speak to him?
We have sent out an email requesting to speak with him. We haven't heard back yet, but I intend to follow up on that, and we'd certainly welcome your presence at that meeting.
Absolutely. And if you need me to talk to him in reference to the email you sent, I can work on that, and definitely am a proponent to help the tribes portion. If you're asking for a 50% increase, I have no problem talking to him about that.
Appreciate that, Joey, and it was my intention to follow up with the tribal reps about that request. I'm going to be talking a little bit about more meetings with the chiefs and hopefully upcoming meetings with the chiefs a little farther in the agenda. But thanks for that. We'll be back. Other questions on the financial side of things? We don't need approval as such of a report. So if there are any other questions, I think we can go on. So the rest of it would be the report from staff, and I guess I'll start, and I want to leave it to Rachel to talk about some pieces of it as well. We have been trying for a while to have a series of meetings with the chiefs, which we were styling as a listening tour, really to go out and hear what the chiefs wanted to tell us. We had hoped to have a joint meeting with the chiefs, you recall, back in September, but for various scheduling complications, we weren't able to do that. The chiefs just couldn't do that. So we sent out a request individually to the chiefs to propose that we would come to them, at their convenience. So far, we did have a meeting with Chief Newell, the new chief at Sabayak, just the other day. And we had hoped to have a meeting with Chief Francis, but again, for scheduling reasons, that didn't come together for today. Chief Sakabason, I think, there's Anna. So for those out there on the stream, we've just been joined by Aaron Dana, the new Passamaquoddy representative to the Maine legislature. And, hello, Aaron.
Hello. Hello, Uncle Bert.
Good morning, Bliss. How you doing?
Good. Hi, Joey.
Hi, Aaron.
So I was just responding to a question about chiefs meetings, I think. So we are in the process of trying to have individual meetings with all of the tribal chiefs. And we see that as a process going on for the next month or two. Hopefully we'll be able to meet with all of them. And I don't know, Rachel, you want to add anything on that?
I don't think I.
Okay. We have put together a revised budget, which we'll be getting to under new business. And we participated as one of the authors of the Wabanaki Studies Implementation Report, which I think you all have a copy of there, which came out on Indigenous Peoples Day. We were one of the 4 entities that combined to produce that. It, as you may know, MITSC had a long history with Wabanaki Studies, was very involved in the beginning with getting that going, and has advocated over the years for a lot of the same things that are in the recommendations of this report. So this report in many ways is saying things that, you know, MITSC has been saying for a long time about the need to fully implement, you know, the Wabanaki Studies Law. And we will, and this, I mean, this has been in our work plan for a while, and we can, our intention is to continue to collaborate with other entities that are trying to, you know, get fuller implementation of Wabanaki Studies. You know, if you haven't read the report yet, I strongly encourage you to read it. I mean, the long and the short of it is, you know, some places have done a pretty good job, but most places, no. And like the Portland Public Schools are an example of, you know, a school district that's been doing a better job, especially in recent years with Wabanaki Studies. But there are a lot of places in the state where it really just hasn't been happening. So it's been a MITSC issue, a MITSC priority for over 20 years, and so our intention is to continue to work with others to fully implement. And I anticipated Brian and Aaron may comment on it, but we anticipate legislation this year addressing full implementation of the law. We might come back to that when we get to discussing the legislative session. I wanted to briefly mention the recent developments in the Indian Child Welfare Act. I've been sending things around. I hope you've had a chance to look at that. As you may know, the U.S. Supreme Court heard a major case in November, the Brackeen case, which is a direct challenge to several aspects of the Indian Child Welfare Act based on equal protection arguments. And there's also a second argument in the case on what they call the commandeering theory that would strike down some key provisions of the Indian Child Welfare Act, although it wouldn't necessarily find that it violates equal protection, but could still severely undermine the Indian Child Welfare Act. We've had some preliminary discussions about potentially the state of Maine enacting its own version of, you know, ICWA. Several other states have enacted such statutes. Groups that are working hard to protect the ICWA are urging states to enact their own state level Indian Child Welfare Acts, because the commandeering argument, without getting too legalistic, the commandeering argument is basically saying that it's the 10th Amendment argument that says that there are provisions of the ICWA where the federal government has invaded the rights of the states, has trampled on areas that are reserved to the states within, you know, under the 10th Amendment. It's kind of a novel theory that's been brought up in a lot of other contexts. I think this is the first big case where it's been applied in the Indian law context. But the commandeering argument can be essentially negated if the state has its own statute policy, so that it's clear that they're not doing something only because the Indian Child Welfare Act requires them to do it, but that the state of Maine has itself decided that this is their policy is. And so several states have sort of headed off that commandeering argument by enacting their own affirmative Indian Child Welfare Act. It wouldn't fix the equal protection argument. It's a federal equal protection issue, but as far as the commandeering argument, the state actually has the power to negate it. Anyway. I'm not going to touch on other things that I know are agenda items. We have the new website. Hope you've all had a chance to go on there.
Looks great.
It does.
We appreciate the feedback again. This is Rachel's thing. I'm not taking much credit for the website.
It was a team effort.
Rachel's really been the prime mover on that. So, let's see. I'll let Rachel talk about some of the outreach. Why don't you do that right now? The outreach you've been doing in the last few months.
Okay, like. Yeah, I mean, I had the honor of participating in various community events, including the ancestor paddle with Aaron and Bob. That was a really deeply meaningful experience. And other outreach, we went to Common Ground Fair, as Paul mentioned, for 3 full days of talking to people. Molly, Ambassador Molly Dana was the keynote speaker on Friday, talking about sovereignty issues. So I felt like our efforts there dovetailed well with her presence and her speech, and a lot of people were very, very interested in learning more. So it felt really meaningful to talk to folks and share information. And as we mentioned, we got a lot of new people signed up to our contact list. Bert showed up and volunteered and talked to people for much of the day Sunday, which was really great. And yeah, we had 2 volunteers, Sylvia Brown from Indian Township and Deanna Powell from Machias, who volunteered their whole, like 3 days of their time to help out, which was incredible. Let's see. Yeah, and I've been recently in conversation with Emily Horton from Commissioner Beal's office, the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, Forestry. And they're just interested in getting MITSC's help in facilitating conversation between the tribes and the department on topics such as food security, farming, forestry, land conservation, the upcoming farm bill. So that's a conversation that's just beginning. I'm excited to reach out to some of you about where that could go.
No, I think those were the main things.
Yeah.
I'd say in general, Rachel has really, because COVID obviously put a major cramp in our ability to reach out, but since that's been waning, Rachel's really been expanding our presence, getting out there. It's been a real plus for us. I mentioned the state vacancies on the commission. I think we'll come back to that in the context of probably talking about maybe whether there might be a legislative fix for that. We will be talking shortly about the fishing study, but I wanted to mention something else that we've started to work on as part of what we're trying to do with the website and new approaches to education and communication. One of the things that came up when Judd researched the Article 10 study on the removal of the reference to the obligations of the tribes from the state constitution. It was, the State v. Newell case in 1892 was a prominent case that played a significant part in Judd's report. And Judd suggested, well, maybe we could do some follow-up on that and learn more about how that case came to be, learn more about Peter Newell, who was the defendant in that case. And so he has started to do some research on that, and I think I make it an agenda item. If not, we will.
It's in the staff report.
Pardon?
I think you put it in the staff report.
So I don't know, Judd, maybe you could just do that right now.
Just briefly, yeah. The State versus Newell case in 1892 presents as a case where Passamaquoddy, Peter J. Newell shot deer with a companion, shot 2 deer in January, which was out of season back then, and just as it's out of season now, and was charged with shooting deer out of season. And the case went to the Maine Supreme Court. Peter Newell is, to the extent he's mentioned at all, is generally depicted as just an unfortunate victim of, and Native trying to feed his family and got caught and prejudiced and unfair justice system. The result was he got convicted. But the interesting parts of this are, first of all, Peter Newell was not just someone out hunting. He had been tribal representative to the legislature, was again later, he was tribal chief. He was clearly a tribal leader. He admitted shooting the deer and admitted that it was a violation of Maine law, but he defended the case based on the 18th century treaties negotiated between first the Massachusetts Bay Colony and then the Commonwealth of Massachusetts with the Passamaquoddy, and said he had a right to hunt when he needed to and wanted to, based on those treaties. And this was not just a something he thought of. He had a friend he collaborated with, Louis Mitchell, who gave was also a tribal representative to the legislature and gave a great speech to the legislature in 1889, right about the same time as this case happened, about the treaties, about the history of between the Maine and the tribe and the treaties with Massachusetts. Maine was part of Massachusetts. And they hired a prominent attorney. He was a Calais attorney, but he was a gentleman who'd been mayor of Calais. He ran unsuccessfully for Congress, I think 3 times. He was later himself appointed to the Maine Supreme Court, and he gave a vigorous defense based on the treaties. And so it seemed to me that rather than just being an unfortunate person trying to feed his family who was caught on a hunting violation, Peter Newell set the case up. This was what we call a test case. The facts were simple. He admitted to them. He wanted very simple facts so that he could bring in the treaties and then have those be applied to the facts in his case. And with collaboration with Louis Mitchell and with a prominent attorney, there was some press coverage. The Boston Globe sent a reporter up and interviewed Louis Mitchell when he was researching in the Augusta State Library. There was another article I've read about the upcoming court case. So there was a publicity campaign as well. And although unsuccessful in the end, to me, this was almost an early attempt at something like the land claims case, but 80 years before the land claims case actually happened. And it would be really interesting to me to know more about what was going on at that time. I've asked the state archivist to send me anything in the case files that they might have so I can see what's actually there. But there was no trial because they just wanted a set of simple facts, he admitted to them, and let's apply the treaties to those. The case itself by the Maine Supreme Court is abominable, and it doesn't read well in retrospect, but it's a good reflection of what the Maine upper crust, I think, thought of the Wabanaki nations at the time. And they basically decided that the treaties no longer applied because how do we know these people that call themselves Passamaquoddy now are the same people that were Passamaquoddy back then? It's just one of the stupidest reasons.
No, actually, the reasoning was they no longer have the ability to wage war and peace, which was a standard of what a tribe was that they just made up in that opinion, which I'm not convinced of was actually the case. I bet you the Passamaquoddy tribe could have waged war. Well, I'm not saying they would have won.
Unsuccessful.
Yes, but now that idea that there was not a government which could have voted for a war is actually incorrect in their opinion. But the point of the opinion was to disabuse the treaties.
Yeah.
So that was they came up with a wild and illogical frame to.
Interestingly, one of the newspaper articles about it Because it happened right around the same time as Wounded Knee
Yes,
had happened.
that's right.
And they talked about the, it was, again, the language at the time is not, doesn't read well now. But the suit going on the warpath.
Right.
And the Passamaquoddy also doing that, but through the court of law, not through actual war. Yeah, and the final kicker and almost the final line of the opinion is, and anyway, the most recent treaty in 1794 just talked about fishing, not hunting. Ha ha ha. Basically. So you don't get to shoot deer.
So, well, thanks. And so we're gonna be, Judd's gonna carry that further. I can produce an art, I guess we call it an article, really, that it will be circulating. To just, you know, illuminate that whole situation.
Awesome, thank you for that.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, and I'll consult with, you know, one of the professional historians I know about what other sources I can look at.
So that's what we have for basically a staff report. Any questions on any aspects of that? Otherwise, we're ready to go to whole business.
Have you seen the One Nation on the Prod?
Yes.
Don Loren? Yeah, so this is one of my first kind of introductions to this. This is, I like it a lot. So it's kind of helpful.
Oh, one other little fact. Peter J. Newell and someone named Mitchell Louis, who, depending on, could be a totally different person, were both listed on the tribal census at the Peter Dana Point School in 1861. Peter Newell was 11 and Mitchell Louis was 10. So they may have been friends quite from childhood.
Very small community of Indian Point back then too.
Yes.
Only like 40, 50 people.
Yeah, the school population is not large.
Yeah.
Any other follow-up or questions to the staff report? If not, the next item is old business. The one item under old business is the fishing study update on publication. The substance of the report has been in place for months, but we've been working on the design features, and I probably should let Rachel talk a little bit about what's been done to try to make it, you know, an attractive report.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thought was just that this is a really important report that represents a lot of hard work. You, Judd, Tony, and all of the Wabanaki citizens that were interviewed for the report, and that we just wanted to make it as professional, beautiful, and accessible as possible so that it will be widely read. And really take, you know, try and take MITSC reports to another level. So I'm personally really pleased with the way it looks. I think it's beautiful and it's a pleasure to read. I think the content deserves that. So I am hoping you all have had a chance to look at it and love your feedbacks.
It looks great. And the content was great before she started.
So we're, I mean, it exists, you know, electronically at this point, and we're just days away, right? The
Yeah, I
final
mean-
corrections or whatever.
Yeah, we're just tweaking the final, making sure the captions and some of the photos are correct, and then it will be ready to print, and we're getting quotes on that right now. And then we've talked about the idea that, again, I'd love your feedback on about having an official event to sort of release the study similar to the Wabanaki Studies report, maybe a panel of people. It could be online, or maybe it's in person and online. But we'd love to just get as many people to be aware of this report as possible. So that seems like a good strategy.
And we are going to produce a certain number of printed copies of it, but it is pricey.
It's a long report, and now it also has a lot of photos.
So, but, you know, we are thinking about possibly asking specifically for some funding so that we could increase the number of physical copies of the report. That we could get around that. But our plan is to have it with us everywhere we go over the next few months, to make sure we make as many people as possible aware of it. And like Rachel says, to have some kind of an event that officially announces the report. So that's where we're at with that. We're on the cusp of the last caption changes. We had 400 and something footnotes that have to be checked. And, you know, so even though the substance of the report was done, there was still a lot of things that still had to get done to make it a final, you know, product. Just having done all that with everything Judd and Don and Tony, we didn't want to have some like stupid little mistakes in it. You know, we wanted it to really be done, you know, accurately. And so I think we're there. So that'll be coming out officially momentarily.
I also heard mentioned that there's, you know, some big things happening right now on Scudic, St. Croix Scudic River with like fish ladders being put in. So it might be interesting to try and release a report in conjunction with that kind of thing happening, which is discussed so much. Anyway, if anyone knows more about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's what we wanted to talk about on the fishing study. And we'll get you, the commissioners will all get a hard copy of the fishing study once we have those printed out. So that's what I had on old business. So any questions on that? Anybody? Then new business. The first item is basically an action item, which is to review the proposed budget for FY23. Obviously, we're almost halfway through FY23 now, but this you guys a one-page budget that I've given you. It does not show the carryover funds. You remember last year I had carryover funds in the budget, and then Richard pointed out to me that I really shouldn't put carryover funds in there. So this is just current, based on current, you know, current year income. It doesn't reflect the 50,000 or so carryover funds that we brought into the fiscal year. So even though it shows it's a deficit spending budget on its face, it's actually a carryover, so it's not actually going into deficit with this budget. Major assumptions underlying this, or I guess it's 2 pages. I guess both. The first page.
Are you missing a page?
Yeah, I think I am. But anyway, I don't need it. The major assumptions that underlie the budget, as I alluded to earlier, part-time managing director. This budget projects that position remaining part-time for the fiscal year. If this different decision was made about that, then that would mean a different budget. The other, I guess, major thing that's reflected in this budget is the move that we made in the lower costs that we have for the office because of that. It's a conservative, you know, it's intended to be a conservative budget, so that we would stay within, you know, available funds counting the carryover. This was designed to, so that if we would end this fiscal year with some carryover, rather than being going into fiscal year 24 with no carryover. Because literally we don't see our fiscal 24 money until, you know, sometime in July or August, you know, July, usually August, before we actually see the money. So we need some carryover. So I'm not sure what else to say about it. It's just, we made cuts where we could, some things that we felt and we could get by with less. We did reduce some of those specific items. There are things that we had as expenses, like I said before, with the office. We had a freestanding office. There were expenses there, we just don't have it. It's all part of our, we pay one rent and a lot of the things that we used to pay for separately are now just part of that $500 a month payment that we made for rent. I guess that's what I have on. I guess I should mention one other thing. We lowered the amount that we estimated for outside contractors. Yeah.
Paul, I guess I didn't hear you correctly earlier, but the amount you're requesting from the tribes, I thought it was double, but it's actually 50%. Why? I guess why that low? Why wouldn't you ask for the same amount twice instead of half of that?
Well, the thinking was that the temporary state increase was approximately half of the state funding. It was an extra 55,000 and our usual state funding is 111,000. So I was just proposing that the tribes make a voluntary increase for the year that basically reflected the same percentage increase that the state had put in. It wasn't any more complicated than that.
Okay.
So that's the reason I asked for half.
Okay, thank you.
Bert?
I agree with what you did, Paul. But what I'd like to say right now is addressed to the tribal commissioners that we approach our respective leaders and maybe request that it goes up higher than that. Even though and I think Paul did a respectful thing in requesting it at the halfway point. But I think as for us tribal commissioners, we should approach our tribal leaders and request that to go up further where we think that it should be. But that's that would be us doing that on the side, talking to our tribal leaders. But hopefully they'll go for that. That way in the future we don't have to make that request.
I appreciate that, Bert, and Rachel and I will be following up with the tribal members of the commission in connection with approaching the chiefs about not only an increase for the current fiscal year, but the idea of an ongoing increase into the next state biennium. But we don't yet know where the state's coming out on the next state biennium. So I would assume the tribes would be interested in knowing what the state is willing to do as well on that. But we'll be following up with all the tribal representatives in connection with communicating with the chiefs on that. And I appreciate if you can support it. Other than that, I was going to say on the contractors, we put in a smaller amount for outside contractors with the idea that we believe that, which has turned out to be the case, I think, so far, is that if we could get other projects, other grants, that would pay for work that we would otherwise have to take from our own funds to pay for some outside contract work. And in fact, the new Broadreach grant does have significant pieces of it that will allow us to bring in expertise from outside to work on that project. And that we hope that's kind of a template, or as Richard was alluding to, that we can sort of replicate that with other grants.
Yeah, my only word of caution is to remain disciplined that the cost of the work of the project budget for the outside funding stay linked. It's what oftentimes you see happen with organizations is the project costs will expand beyond the scope of the funding and it bleeds into the operational budget. And then the institution runs into trouble. And so the discipline is always to try to make sure the project budget fits the external funding piece.
And you're exactly right, Richard, and I appreciate it because we've already experienced that once this year when we got to the end of the Broadreach grant and we didn't want the work to stop, the first Broadreach grant, we didn't want the work to stop. I mean, I had cut back my time a little bit more than originally had, and we were budgeting for. So we kept Rafi Hopkins, our contractor on that, hard at work, at work, and we bridged it. We basically did use our own money. But it was money that we probably would, we had originally had intended to spend on salary. So effectively it got moved over. But you're right, it's a slippery slope if you aren't conscious of it.
Have to kind of keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
So.
The other movable part is on the other side where a lot of these smaller foundations are giving more sort of open grants for operating costs, and you probably want to stay away from those as well in terms of keeping that discipline, right? So there's been a move in these foundations to be more flexible for smaller organizations, but that's not going to fit in this situation where you're looking for a state/tribal funder for the operations day to day, and then having the projects be the grants.
So that's what I have to say about the proposed budget. It is an action item to approve.
I move we approve the budget as fiscal 2023 budget as proposed.
Second that.
Discussion? Anybody on Zoom? Discussion of the budget? I guess we should have a real vote on that. Is it all in favor of approving the proposed budget? Is there any opposition to approval of the proposed budget? You probably should say so verbally. Unanimously approved. So the next item, well, we actually did a lot of it already, the staff updates on recent activity and developments. Rachel, I'm just trying to anything I didn't bring up in the course of that.
I think you really covered that all the.
Yeah, got kind of
touched on
folded in there. And I also talked about the meetings with the tribal chiefs. We'll be following up with the tribal representatives about trying to coordinate those. It's my understanding that Chief Soccer Base has had some illness issues. And that's prevented her from-
Chief Sabatis.
I'm sorry. What did I say? Oh,
Yeah, Chief Sabatis is sick right now. And she's
but I know she wanted us to have the joint meeting, so I know that she's open to having a meeting with us.
Yeah, she is. She said, hope probably not until.
Bert has his hand up.
Yeah, Bert.
So, the meetings with the chiefs, I know, the way it's been working, as we can see, is that you've been able to set up some meetings individually with certain chiefs. So, I'm wondering, is it possible that I don't know what kind of meetings it's going to be, whether it's going to be on Zoom or or whatever, but if you can include the respective commissioners, to be in on that, because I think that would go a long way. I mean, give us a better understanding as well as how that meeting is going to take place.
Yeah, Bert, thanks, and we'll follow up on that. We basically left it to the chiefs to. We told them we were willing to come to them in person, but we were also open to doing it by Zoom if they prefer to do it that way, and if it's a hybrid, we can bring, tribal representatives. They can either be there in person, or we can, in your case, we can bring you in, remotely. So, well, I'm sure we'll get a meeting together with Chief Francis, and we'll be in touch with you about.
Okay.
We had, and the same goes for, all the tribal reps and the chiefs. So I think we're ready to go to the next item on the agenda, which is called planning for the state legislative session. And we have, we have Representative Dana and Brian Colleran here from the Speaker's office. So maybe if it's all right with all of you, I think might make sense to just kick off by letting them, and give us a little bit of update and information.
Great idea.
Start with Aaron, I think.
As of right now, I don't have a lot to really update on what we're gonna be doing for submissions or anything. The chiefs haven't given me an idea of what they wanted to do. Chief Nicholas as well as Chief Newell. Zalgamis Newell. So at this point, I mean, besides I presented to what we had talked about possible couple submissions, from your guys's suggestion under the possible ICWA, matching something to ICWA through the state. And I mentioned to the chief, so like what I told you guys is that we need to converse with all the other tribes as well and see where they all want to go with that. But with the MITSC one, that's something that I'm still willing to, put in. Deadlines are coming up quick where we're gonna have to do submissions. So I was sick earlier this week, so I wasn't able to make it down to Augusta this week. This is my first venture out of the house, so besides a funeral yesterday. But yeah, I'm gonna be going back down next week after the Tribal Leaders Summit. And I'm gonna be meeting directly with the House Speaker, the new House Speaker, Rachel Ross. She wants to, Rachel Talbot Ross, she wants to brief me and get me up to date on a couple of things that she wants to do and work with the tribes. I can reach out to you as well as Mulligan after that meeting to find out what they, what we're gonna be aiming towards, as well as, I gotta talk with my chiefs as well and fill them in on what our plan and strategies are going to be down at the state level. Yeah, the one that we was talking about goes to, changing up some of you guys' budget, correct? Putting in some more stipend.
Well, that was one thing we did talk about. I think the stipend's been $75 for 40 years.
Yeah, since the beginning. But yeah, no, we could definitely, get that on a roll. You must have talked with some of the other commissioners and let them know as well, what your idea was. And I'm still willing to, sponsor that and put that through and see where we can go with that. So that's my update for what I have. Other than that,
With the Tribal Leaders Summit you mentioned, what is it?
it's Wabanaki Women's Alliance is hosting that Monday and Tuesday in Bangor.
Okay.
It was one of our workers, domestic violence workers, filled me in last week, and I put in for my hotel, and I was like, I'm there, show me there. It's through, I think it's through one of the programs at the island or wherever the Wabanaki Women's Alliance thing is. It's looked like an Old Town number that I had called, so I just assumed that it was at the island, but what's that young girl's name? I can send you the information if you want.
Yeah, I'm interested. I know I heard something similar from chief saying that they haven't really decided on a plan yet and that they're already meeting.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you for coming. Oh, yes. Don't be a stranger. No, I don't plan to be. I want to be involved in everything that we have, involved in it. And I want to get myself up to par, up to date. Know all the information so that I could be the best representative that I can be. I have some big shoes to fill for the former representative, Newell. So, and I need to come in, swinging for the fences.
Welcome. Thanks. And Brian, you want to make some
Sure,
comments?
of course. So again, my name is Brian Colleran. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for Speaker Rachel Talbot Ross. Past 4 years, I've been working with Chief Newell when she was Tribal Representative Newell in the legislature, and got a lot of great things done and trying to work towards a lot more progress. So happy to be working with Representative Dana as well. Got to get him sworn in.
Yes, yes, I do.
So with the next 131st legislature, we're very excited about having Speaker Rachel Talbot Ross there. She, of course, a huge tribal ally, and kind of alluded to a few things in her speech on Wednesday. One being, right off the bat, doing a land acknowledgement, and found that to be very important to do right away. For someone with a lot of power, it means a lot to come from that position from the podium. And then another thing that she mentioned in her speech is doing a State of the Tribes. The last time we had a State of the Tribes was initiated by the Honorable Donald Loring. I think that was in 2002. So that's one thing that we mentioned right away in the speech. And we're working with the legislature's clerk's office about nailing down the date that's going to be happening in the next few months. We have to go and do the state of the state first with the governor, and then after that, we will find a specific date. But we're trying to aim for maybe somewhere in the springtime. That's what I'll go and say to be not over promising anything, but probably around April. So that's going to be great to have all of the chiefs there to go and share what's going on on the reservations and in the tribal lands about how things are right now and what we can do to move forward. I think that there's a lot of enthusiasm with the last two legislatures, the 129th, the 130th, to do a lot more for the tribes. There's just always needs to be more progress happening. In the 129th, there was the task force initiated by then Speaker Gideon and Senate President Troy Jackson that Paul you're a part of to go and review the Maine Indian Claims Settlement Act and make recommendations. There's 22 unanimous recommendations, and that really kickstarted a lot of discussion and attention to a lot of tribal issues, even to seeing the report from the Harvard study that came out this past week. And which is going and bringing more and more attention that there needs to be a lot more done for the tribes located in Maine, 11 tribes. So as far as specific legislative priorities, I know that like Aaron alluded to, the deadline that's coming up, it's a deadline. We call it closure, of course. Yeah, that's happening on December 30th, by the way.
Yeah.
So, but that's not, I won't say that that's, you're locked out of the entire 2 years. There's other ways to get bills in, but it's a good deadline to work towards to go and put forward any kind of legislative proposals. Two that we have already from Speaker as a sponsor. One would be revealing Article 10 of the state constitution to go and have a resolution for that to move that forward. And so that's probably something that I'd like to talk more to.
Yeah, what would that potentially look like?
With a bill that intends to amend the state constitution, it's a resolution bill. And just that's as normal as every other bill, but what it would need is 2/3 vote in both the House and the Senate. And signed by the governor, and then it would have to go out for popular referendum. It's a good thing to go and make sure that there are a lot of, it's not easy to go and amend the state constitution. But at the same time, I think the motivation is there, and I think that there is motivation right now among the general public in Maine that we could get that done.
Right, you've seen the Article 10 report that MITSC did.
I believe I've read it in.
Judd was the primary author of it.
Okay. It's good to have face to the name. I've definitely read it, but yeah. Great.
Judd talks about the difficulty, because it is the Constitution. That's probably why it hasn't gotten fixed on the last couple of attempts, because it requires.
Yeah, Henry Bear sponsored some bills.
128 or 127.
Yes.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it didn't get.
Another title that we have submitted is establishing an Office of Tribal State Affairs, which would also have to be another change to the state constitution. But it's another effort in progress for, whatever happens with a sovereignty bill, there needs to be always conversation, communication with the tribes in the state. And so this would be something that we want to go and put forward to make sure that there is effort for our tribal papers and that they're supported however possible. And then go ahead.
No, well, I was gonna ask, is that, I don't know if you've gotten that far in terms of plan, would that be, that would be within the executive department, an office of tribal and state affairs?
We'll have to have more conversations, but I imagine so. And then another title that we have in right now is just expanding the definition of offensive names, just continue to go and take care of a lot of the work of Rachel's Speaker Talbot Ross's father, Gerald, that he put in way back. So 50 years ago now.
His name appears in some of our earlier reports.
Yeah, he was actually able to attend her swearing in on Wednesday. It was great to meet him in person finally. Beyond that, there's going to be a lot more of enthusiasm from other members of the legislature. I know that a lot of folks on both sides of the aisle want to know what more they can do to help. We intend before the end of the month to reach out to all of the chiefs, the 5 tribal lands, to go and do an informal visit with the speaker and whoever else wants to join, whoever else from legislative leadership. Because I think it's very eye-opening to a lot of folks that just have ideas of what tribal government is, but not actually, when you visit it, you understand that it's incredible. I mean, the new tribal offices at Sabaya are just outstanding. I mean, it's just so impressive. Even the minority leader, Representative Falkingham from Winter Harbor, has shown some real interest in making his way around. And then following up before the State of the Tribes, we definitely want to have all legislative leaders with all tribal leaders together at one summit if possible.
Well, I think I can say that the commission would be happy, would like to assist in any way, facilitating that, helping those things come together.
Very much.
And not to drive it, but just to be helpful and. I wanted to ask them specifically, I think it was Chief Newell who mentioned that she thought the speaker was gonna organize some orientation sessions, and one of them might be on the tribal state issues for the legislators. Do you know if there's gonna be a session like that?
I haven't had that conversation since.
Because they
I've
did
been
a
on, this
couple
is,
of years ago.
this is, yeah, it's my first week.
Okay.
We've had a lot of conversations, but I'll bring that up.
Well, I just wanted you to know that we have participated in the past in a variety of presentations at the legislature.
Of course.
Sometimes to the whole chambers, sometimes to the committees, sometimes to orientation sessions that were held. And we would be very happy to assist with that and participate in that.
Yeah.
If she is contemplating having a session like that. For the legislature.
Love that. Yeah, and we'll get that on the books. And that's, you know, this was just very brief, and I think that there's gonna be a lot more that we can be talking. Hey, I want to be here, so yeah.
No, we really do appreciate it.
Yeah, thank
You're making the effort.
Yeah, yeah, and Speaker Talbot Ross can definitely send her regards, well wishes, and you know, she's a big fan of this.
Have we ever had a representative from the speaker's office ever join us for a meeting?
Not in recent years,
Yeah,
so it's really
Yeah,
nice.
definitely a good sign.
And when we've had, legislators here at various times, and whatever, but I think you are the first
I don't want to be the
in your
first.
role.
I don't want to be the first. Yeah,
Just don't wanna be-
yeah, definitely don't want that on.
We'll retire your number.
Yeah. So we're gonna, I guess, this naturally moves to the next item, which is some specific MITSC issues possibly for the legislature, and having Brian, you and Aaron here really it's helpful, I think, in terms of maybe getting some contribution to that, but as I mentioned earlier, we've had an issue, a recurring issue with, vacancies, which then become quorum issues. We don't have a lot of vacancy issues on that tribal side. Usually the vacancies are filled fairly expeditiously. But on the state side, we definitely have had, MITSC historically has had issues with vacancies on the state side because of the process that's followed on the state side. Whereas on the tribal side, it happens pretty quickly. And because it was exacerbated, I think, the last time around when the commission, the state side of the commission basically was empty. And that Richard and Bob and Sarah's predecessor, along with 3 other commissioners, were all appointed at the same time in the summer to terms that would expire 3 years later in the summer. So this summer we had, 3 of the commissioners did leave. We've been fortunate that 3 have been willing to serve.
Well, actually, technically, all 6 of terms are expired.
Right, yeah. All terms, they all did expire, but I guess it's my understanding it's not uncommon with state commissions to kind of have this.
Have expired members continue until, yes, sometimes the state's been known to do that indefinitely.
Well, I hope it's not indefinite.
Which is not a good practice.
I think the tribal side too also has like expired terms.
I think we, at this point, have a couple that have actually expired and they need to be upgraded.
Written confirmation.
I think so.
So.
You can check out.
Sam and I are continuing on with verbal confirmation.
Yeah.
So I don't have a specific legislative proposal drafted or at all at this point, but I just wondered if there might be just a little change to our statute that might somehow help to avoid the recurring problem of vacancies on the state side, because of the process, requires nomination and then a judiciary hearing and then full legislature. So Yeah, go ahead.
If I may offer, coincidentally, or not coincidentally, I've been in touch with Melissa O'Neill, the governor's appointment secretary, to let them know that we're facing this problem. She's aware of that. And Rachel and I were, not by prearrangement, but we both managed to button the whole Missy. Was literally in the hallway under the stairway. Went through the roster and and assured her that there weren't many who wanted to be reappointed. And mentioned this staggering or failure of staggering appointments that always makes things difficult. And her answer was, I think, the legislature. And the way these things happen, I then walked into Jerry Reed's office, the governor's chief counsel. How are you? And he also asked if we would help oversee the cultural competency training under the new collaboration statute, which we can talk about later. But I mentioned the problem of the vacancies and staggering to him, and his answer was, "Oh, that would take an act of the legislature." I didn't want to argue with him, but that's just a couple of bangs of the gavel and stroke of the pen, and perhaps we could talk about it. Love to, but it would take an act of the legislature. There's almost nothing we can do by.
That was my understanding, is that we would need to do something with the appointing stat 6212 or appointing our statute that would address that. We can't just, there isn't another way to do it.
Stranger things have happened.
So, but I mean, so I wanted to bring that up for discussion today about whether we, whether the group does want to, pursue that, seek a sponsor or sponsors for that. It should be a non-controversial fix, I would think, to the statute. I suppose at the same time, they might think about whether to increase the stipend from $75. As long as the bill was going in. It occurred to me that there might be different ways to do it. It could be a freestanding thing. It could be attached to a miscellaneous item to a bill that deals with other boards and commissions, or it might be, maybe it's a piece that just gets attached to a larger bill that deals with amendments to the implementing act. It is an amendment to the main implementing act, because that is where our, that's our governing statute, it's the main implementing act. And that requires agreements on the chiefs. Yeah, I mean, it's not a jurisdictional issue really, so you can argue about it, but I think as a practical matter, it's going to be regarded as, an amendment of the implementing act.
Get all the parties to agree on something like that. It could start a revolution.
Well, I wanted to bring it up because I mean, you get a sort of an initial reaction from the tribal representatives. Because I think of it as basically a non-controversial fix to the statute to stagger appointments.
Does anybody think it would be a bad idea? I can't really see a downside except the rollout phase. Is he a 2-year or is he a 4-year? Whatever it is.
Yeah, you have to have that
We can figure it
first
out.
stage where there are different terms. As far as how to go about it, I'm guessing it doesn't necessarily all have to be spelled out. You can get in a bill that might deal with just internal changes to the MITSC statute. Could be fairly generic and could get worked out, I mean, my understanding, Ryan, Aaron, is that cloture means you gotta have basically a bill with a title on it.
Just a title.
Right.
So it could be, we come up with a title. And it would be clearly just addressed to internal MITSC issues. That's what I had in mind.
If I may, Paul.
Yeah.
Just as kind of a strategy, I would try to keep all budget items specific to budget testimony. I think that's an easier thing instead of having the bill hung up on the appropriations table. If you wanted to address the terms, great.
Okay.
But if you were to go and stagger, or if you were to go and put in the stipend, then it would have a financial impact statement attached to it. That would go and put it on the appropriations table that could. A whole bunch of funny
We
things.
know
can
what
happen.
that means.
Yeah, and so if there's no fiscal change, then there's no reason it should hit the appropriations table, which means it's a lot easier for quick approval.
Well, thanks. That's a really good point, and I hadn't.
And then when you show up for presenting your testimony to the appropriations committee, like you do every 2 years, include that remark about that the stipend hasn't changed. But it's the creation.
Okay.
What are you thinking about moving?
I'm sorry.
I'll let them decide how much to hire. I'm mostly joking. I don't think any of us really care. Stipend.
So, well, as far as the vacancy quorum staggering issue, do we have a consensus that we should try to have a bill line up a sponsor, and which I think Aaron's already said he's willing to do.
Yes.
To get a bill and get a title in, that just opens the door for the, for that, and then we can.
So this would be 2 separate titles.
Well, if I hear Brian, he's saying, well, just treat it as a budget issue when you go to appropriations rather than a bill.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's the best.
And they
bet.
could fix the stat. I'm not sure how that would work.
It's
It
just,
is in the
it would just
statute.
be, that specific budget. But once you go and get it in.
But the statute says $75.
Oh. Well, that might be a little bit different change.
Strange, but it does.
But there's still possibility with the budget bill to go and address language.
No, it would still fall in the budget anyways, wouldn't it? Even adding stipend, even adding the stipend in there, I guess it would be just on how you write up your budgets, right?
Well, but there's a statutory amount of $75, which is gonna lead me to my next question. Is there anything, if we were to go to the appropriations and say, well, we like a little extra in there to increase the stipends, even though the statute says 70, could we treat that as basically
they could change it
at least $75? I mean,
yeah.
Is there anything to prevent us from just supplementing that?
They have the ability to change it in language.
Okay.
Well,
Well,
like we need an informal committee of some sort.
well, that's the next thing is, as we approach the legislative session, not only for these internal MITSC issues, but more generally, it seems to me we need to have a committee that is going to monitor, legislative developments. The commission doesn't meet, every month, so it's, and, the legislature's already formed, so, I
We
think,
have a legislative committee.
Yeah, I think-
it might be a good time to, now that we've lost some commissioners, might be to shuffle things up, get new committees assigned.
yeah, as things stand, I think the legislative committee at this point has been Bob and
And Darren.
Darren and who am I forgetting?
James Cody, I think. right?
James was on it.
Yeah.
And you're
I'm
on it.
myself, yeah.
So as things stand now, if three of you are willing to continue, we should, it'd be nice to have another state member who would take James's slot on that committee.
And pending that though, why don't we deploy the 3 of us? Should be enough to get going in the first obstacle.
Well, all right, is there a consensus to have?
Anybody
Go forward with
welcome to
that.
join at any time. Yes, let's do that.
Anybody out there have a different view, or do we have a consensus to have that committee pursue this idea of a MITSC bill?
I agree with Zeke.
Okay, all right, I think we
I
have
think
a consensus to do that.
staggering the state terms would be one of the things we best do to smooth out the long-term operation of the commission if there will be one.
So that, and then on the larger, I mean, in the larger context, we need to, that committee needs to be that group that communicates with staff back and forth with the legislature, monitoring developments, and then bringing things to a larger commission, as they come up. So I guess we have a consensus that will operate that way for this session. And if any other state member wants to join that, yeah, go ahead, Bert.
Now, that's in reference to the financial side, right? But is that also including, the issue that we have with the, as far as trying to maybe attempting to stagger the term limits, so that they don't all fall on the same time?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
It will include both of those things. The appropriations budget approach that Brian described, but also a bill that would address the staggering of terms issue. But this committee would also be the committee that will look at legislative developments more generally and with the staff, and then bring things to the full commission.
Cool.
All right, I think we're agreed on.
I'll follow up to schedule a meeting.
Yeah, while I'm traveling, change everything.
I'll do it soon.
Be well available.
Well, we need to do it soon. Yeah. Or some Thursday anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It needs to be
December
very soon.
30th is the date on which a bill with a title would,
Mhm.
and then there's another deadline after that when you have some language, is that right?
The office in the legislature that writes the bills, they're called the revisor's office, revisor of statutes. They'll keep you up to date with any kind of deadlines that they have, but with pretty much always an expected amount, about 2,000 pieces of legislation. They get a little bit of a bottleneck right here, so sometimes it's not immediately when you have a deadline, but it'll come.
Okay. So, I mean, as far as legislative issues beyond those particular MITSC issues, I guess we're a bit of a holding pattern, waiting for the tribes to identify, their legislative priorities, and meet with the speaker, and so I think, well, part of this committee's job, along with staff, would be to kind of monitor what's happening with that, and then see what bills MITSC needs to look at and take positions on, support, whatever.
So in the past, you've definitely presented a testimony across a lot of different bills. Is there anything that would make MITSC, would it be easier for MITSC to just travel through all the different types of announcements and bills that are out there? Is there anything that would be easier for you?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, we do, when the session, when we do it, we make a lot of trips, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, because and they're in different committees at different times. So it's, I mean, if a given committee like judiciary, which is the one we testify most on, if they were hearing everything that we wanted to have something to say about it at the same time, that would help. But the tribes have that issue too. I mean,
sure.
They're not consolidated. So I guess off the top of my head, I don't have a solution to that, but it is a challenge for us financially, time-wise, with limited staff, to have to make lots of trips to Augusta. Like when we were Zooming it, wasn't an issue. But
Well, can I just throw, I mean, I think it strikes me that some of what MITSC needs to do is to define the focus of what the commission wants to weigh in on. In other words, you've had such a range over the years when it comes to the state and the tribal interaction, communication, periods of a lot of activity, periods of kind of, really nothing particularly productive, a real freeze. But it seems like now you're continuing to enter an era of much greater high level engagement. And a lot of what you outline is that where the direct engagement between the legislative branch, the governor, tribal leadership is elevating and becoming much more active and much more hopefully direct. And so in that context, I think, we want to make sure limited budget, limited staff, so much capacity on the commission that to the extent that you can sort of narrow the focus of, well, what should MITSC be doing? I mean, monitoring, I get monitoring, understanding, being aware of all the direct contact back and forth that's going to be occurring. That won't be flowing through here. It's going to be direct. So monitor that. Very important. What does MITSC itself, beyond the housekeeping bills and things? You're just going to have to, in my opinion, be very stingy with where you spend your resources. And I'm talking primarily about time, energy, and staff, because there are areas I get a sense are going to be, the speakers taking leadership on this, direct contact, all that. I mean, supportive, supplement, help as requested. But there's a lot good. I mean, you're talking about an enormous agenda and a lot of activity, and I just think you've got to be focused. That's all.
No, I agree with you, and we gotta factor in, I guess, already the suggestions about things MITSC could do, like Jerry Reed's request to you that MITSC work on the training piece of the new collaboration model. Bert?
Yeah, I agree with Richard. The thing is, we have a lot of things, and it's been that way for quite some time now. But it was a necessity at the time, but at the same time, we do have to think about the time and finances actually that we wind up having to expend. We can monitor, we can find ways to monitor, and I think you and Rachel have done a really good job with that. But as far as being down there, we got the tribal leaders and the state communicating, doing what they need to do. We need to allow that and monitor what we can. But we have a lot of things in our plans as far as this commission goes that we can better focus on while still having that little bit of monitoring. We can monitor in different ways, maybe asking the staff of respective government entities to kind of fill us in on things that we might need to know, while at the same time we can put our focus as a commission into the things that we as a commission are working on directly. And I think that would be the best way. Yes, we do need the extra funding, but we need the funding for a lot of, like Richard said, our housekeeping and maintaining our staff, and hopefully hopefully eventually increasing our staff. You know, but I think you're right, and I agree.
Well, yeah, to follow up on that, I guess I should say what we currently were thinking we would do is, you know, with the new legislature coming in, we would try to do what MITSC has done prior to COVID, which was to schedule some meetings down there, try to consolidate them, so that we don't have to make 10 trips down there. And that we would in January have a presence down there where we meet with, you know, with a variety of both legislators and agency people. Just, you know, just kind of touch base again, renew those contacts, let them know MITSC is available as a resource. Make sure we have the communication with them. And, you know, we hadn't made plans beyond that. I mean, at this point, except that I guess we have the assumption that, you know, we would probably continue to submit testimony as it comes up, you know, on appropriate bills. But you don't have to go and testify in person on that. You can submit written testimony. But that's the extent of planning Rachel and I've done up to this point, is to, and I talked, you know, briefly with Brian about it. We've been in touch with President Jackson's office about having meetings down there. You know, but we would try to do that in a consolidated way, to conserve resources, just to make sure we have the contacts and the communication open. And so that's what we plan to do so far. And, you know, I mean, we've done, MITSC in the past has at times done more elaborate efforts in terms of making big presentations down in Augusta. I don't think we were really contemplating doing that. Because a lot of, in the past, I mean, you didn't have this communication going on between the state and tribes, you know, so we were trying to engender it, you know, but I don't think we don't need to play that role now, because that process is happening. We want to support it, but we don't have to try to.
Right, no, I think you're exactly correct. So, you know, and the commission may also receive requests. I mean, you know, the presiding officers could say, we're requesting you to, you know, help facilitate whatever, that, you know, that type of things. It's just, it feels as though there's going to be a big body of work, and
yeah, I mean, and it sounds like we have a request at this point that, and I assume Jerry Reed was thinking you would communicate that.
I don't think he knew that we were meeting.
Well,
but his timing was perfect.
But I mean, I certainly think that it's an appropriate role, you know, to MITSC help with, you know, the training of the new Collaboration Act. I mean, a cultural competency primarily falls within those who are culturally competent. But I mean, I think MITSC can play a helpful role with that. And my personal view of that is that there's more to it than, you know, the new collaboration law. If we're calling it that, although I think it's a misuse of the term collaboration, but I think there's more than just cultural competency there. I think there also needs to be training about how to do effective consultation. And it's not all about just cultural competency. Because I mean, the states had executive orders before, but you know, they didn't really ever get seriously implemented. And I don't think that was all just because there was a lack of cultural competence. You know, I think there was a lack of follow through and really awareness of how to really make it happen. So I think MITSC should play a role with that in terms of trying to promote, you know, an effective consultation process. Where that stands right now is we submitted, you know, when Jerry Reed sent out a large email to the commission and to the tribes, you know, various comments came in, we submitted comments that were consistent with comments MITSC has made before we got in consultation, that were really the work product of stuff we've done before in terms of promoting what we think are effective consultation practices. My understanding of the statute is that after the state, they were working on sort of this template that they were going to send around to the agencies. And then the statute calls for each agency to develop a consultation, a collaboration policy. I call it consultation because I think that's a more accurate description of what it is. But the statute says the agencies, each agency is to communicate with the tribes and MITSC to get our input on that.
If I remember correctly, they're supposed to appoint liaisons, and then those liaisons are the ones who get the cultural competency training.
I think that's right.
Okay.
I think it's all, I think the way it's worded is,
The entire department gets that.
well, everybody that would have significant dealings with tribes, I think, something to that effect, So I think it's broader than just the liaisons, but it wouldn't necessarily mean every employee, every agency, but
Just a liaison would be kind of irrelevant, because then the people that would need it, need the training, wouldn't be getting it. Here, have a representative come and learn about your people, and then
so,
come back and tell us.
sorry.
Bert has his hand.
Yeah, Bert.
Yeah, so I know there's a question there, Aaron, but the thing is that liaison, the way I would look at it, a liaison is the person that would be responsible within their particular office, their particular department, to ensure that the conversation and interactions between their department and the respective tribal nations, comes in, in a good way. So that's what I see in liaison now. Whether they see that or not, I don't know. But yeah, Paul, I think that's where we would need to ensure that we are available to ensure that we offer that information and training as well.
So yeah, thanks, Bert. And I mean, I guess you have to follow up on what Richard was saying about potentially there's a lot of work here. And the collaboration issue is out there. We're in the statute. We haven't really, up to now, we haven't really focused, we would have in September if we had the meeting and come together, but we do need to talk about how assertive MITSC wants to be. The statute specifically says that each agency is to consult not only with the tribes, but with MITSC about the development of the policy. So we're there. It's time to, to talk about, what we want to do in terms of inserting ourselves in that role. We can just make comments, which we did at this initial stage, but with each agency developing their own policy, it seems to me that's the place where it really gets down to the brass tacks and where it's really going to happen with the development of those individual agency policies, which are informed by the particular issues, that agency deals with, and that MITSC has had a lot of experience. So we presumably have something to bring to that.
And so to me, that the best sense when I say we're now in their decision loop. It doesn't have to be very formal. I'll go back to Jerry Reed and ask him a little bit more about what he was asking for. And these things will come out in ordinary courses. How he's going to do his training. And other than how he's going to do his policy. So who he needs to teach. Nothing else. He is basically willing to give us carte blanche to oversee and deploy the cultural competency, which, although we've discussed the sort of ephemeral nature of the collaboration statute, but what substantially affects Indian tribes. This is your chance to, set that stage. It's an opportunity not to be missed.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because it is an important point to keep in mind in terms of our role with developing the collaboration policies. As the statute is worded, it defines those things which go into this process as actions or policies, however it's worded, that's uniquely and substantially affect the tribes and or their members. That's in the statute. That's not in the that's not just something that comes with their proposed policy, but that's actually the wording of the statute. That is more narrow than the language that I've seen, in other states, both in statute and in policy. And so the sort of a threshold question is, what uniquely and significantly and substantially affects the tribes or their members. I think even though it's in the statute, it still remains to be interpreted. Because you can take it very narrowly, uniquely and substantially could be a very narrow range of things. Or it could be a fairly broad range of things, depending on how you look at that language.
Yeah, I just was rereading that too. And then the training is for the liaison, other employees responsible for it, and then other employees whose work substantially the language you talked about. But the training is also it's threefold. It's not just cultural competency. There's communication, collaboration, government to government relations. So it's actually I read it as training in all three areas, correct? I mean, because it's under mandatory training.
That's how I took it.
Yeah.
That's what I meant, but I don't think it's just about cultural competence.
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah.
And I don't know, if Jerry Reed is maybe suggesting that he only wants us involved with cultural competency. I think we should assert, we need to decide if we want to be more assertive than that, in terms of the language of that,
Bert has his hand up.
Yeah, Bert.
Yeah, we need to assert ourselves, but a thought, I know it's kind of dropping back into the idea that about our funding for staffing and the things that we do. This also comes into that because I know Richard, you mentioned you kind of brought that to light as well, as that we're working on a limited budget, but if we are able to increase that budget appropriately and staff out the commission the way it needs to be, as well as being able to get to where where we need to be at any particular time, this education thing can happen a lot better as well, without us having to worry about, we might be getting a little tight on the budget. We need to be able to get in there when we need to, because I don't think that as many departments there are in Maine state government. I don't know if we, I can't see everybody coming together at one time, so that means there are going to be trips going, going to and from. That's going to take a little bit of our budget as well. So that's something to keep in mind. So when, those that will be having discussions in regard to increasing, what we have for a budget, those are other arguing points.
Yeah, thanks, Bert. And that is part of what we presented as part of the biennial budget meeting, is that we specifically talked about how the new collaboration statute has this role for MITSC. And there wasn't any money for it, they didn't appropriate any money for MITSC as part of that. I mean, I understand, I see that as kind of a wheelhouse function, MITSC can be part of that. So I don't want to complain about them seeing MITSC as a part of that, but we did point out as part of the argument for increased funding that statute contemplates, participation by MITSC in a way, just as Bert described. If you start talking about multiple agencies, it can get to be a substantial amount of work, so.
think the number is 16 or 17.
So, but yeah, so that is part of what our pitch was for more funding is that we'd be able to meaningfully fill that role that statute contemplates. So where we go from here on that, I hear Bob offering to do some follow-up with Jerry Reed in the governor's office.
One step at a time, I propose to see, exactly what he's talking about. I don't hear anybody saying, oh, for God's sakes, don't cooperate with the governor's office.
Oh, no. Well, I'm glad he's suggesting that we. But on the other hand, obviously cultural competence, we may be coordinating, helping with the training, but we're going to be looking in terms of competence regarding tribal culture. We're going to be looking to the people who really have that competence.
And there are organizations
Yeah.
that, can we outsource this to, I think of WPHW, someone like that who.
Or reach.
Yeah, we're going to want to bring in other entities that, there's a role for us to play, but, we need to be collaborating with those kinds of folks on how to do it.
Probably welcome your participation.
And MITSC has done this before. It's not the first time. It's been a while. But MITSC has coordinated efforts like that with providing training for state people at other times in the past. So we'll leave it at this point that you're going to do some follow-up with Jerry Reed and stay in touch about it. And I would just keep in mind what Darren pointed out about the scope of the statute. It's not just cultural competence. Okay. Next item on the agenda, if we can move ahead, is we talked about possible amendments. So HR 6707, the Jerry Golden bill that deals with amending 1735B. We've been asked, Bert has specifically asked that MITSC revisit this. You'll recall in the past, last summer, I guess it was, when they have the committee hearings on the bill, we submitted comments that basically summarized MITSC's experience with 1735B, the problems that we felt had arisen, from 1735B. MITSC has had a fair amount of involvement, for years with raising issues regarding the effect that 1735B has had in terms of the application of the new federal laws and the way it was, the language in 1735B was being interpreted very, the state has interpreted very broadly the language about anything affecting the state's jurisdiction. And MITSC has taken the position that the state has pretty much done that unilaterally, without consulting about, tribes or MITSC about how that is construed in terms of the effect of the proposed new statute. So we've kind of laid that out already to the committee that was considering the bill. But MITSC has not taken a position on the bill per se. And I think Bert wanted to bring that back. And so I guess, Bert, I'd ask you to talk about that.
You're muted, Bert.
I apologize because I don't have the information in front of me that I needed to. So if you can refresh my brain on this a little bit, I'd really appreciate it, because I know there was a reason why I wanted us to revisit that. I just cannot recall it at this moment. So
Well,
if you can.
I mean, I can summarize that, I know from the conversation we had is you know, you reminded me, we reminded each other that MITSC had submitted comments to the legislature, to the committee in Congress before the, you know, bill came out of committee, but MITSC has not taken a position as such regarding endorsing the HR 6707. And I think Bert, you were saying that you wanted to bring to the commission the question of whether MITSC should take that additional step of formally supporting or endorsing the passage of 6707.
Yeah, I still, I believe we need to, you know, because I think MITSC would have a voice in this, you know, a very strong voice. Now, whether the other parties would refer to us as being, having that voice, that might be different. But I think that it falls with, something like that. It falls within the interests of the Tribal State Commission. So I think, yes, we should be involved, and in whatever capacity we can be. It's a matter of voicing ourselves a little stronger, then I let it be so. So I think we should take a look at it and discuss it.
Yes, certainly.
We've had discussions in the past about legislation and whether or not this commission responsibility is to take positions, or whether our responsibility is just to provide information. And I'm still not convinced that it's our role to take positions. So I would not be in favor of taking a position on this.
But we're talking about, applicability of new federal, Indian laws. And yeah, the fact that that in itself affects the relationship. And we see how the state in the past, the long history of the state of Maine has done in regard to the the relationship between the state and the tribes. I think it's very very evident that the Maine Indian Tribal State Commission should be involved in this. We should be taking a stance on this, because that's what we do, isn't it? That's what we do.
Yeah, I agree with Bert. I mean, MITSC has taken a historic stance on 1735 in the past, and might as well just continue it. We've already said what we need to say, and 6707 is just kind of a continuation of that. It's actually even a weaker language in the past. So I don't think we should really hesitate to endorse it.
Bert, I don't blame you at all for suggesting it, and that is a perfectly legitimate way of looking at the role of the commission. But I think I put this beside the experience we've had of the last 3 years of sort of shadowing the omnibus reform bill, being invited to participate in the task force, but wondering whether it's really appropriate for us to shadow the legislature and offer them a group, offer them a advocate's position, or whether we do better sticking, as I think Kevin Hancock finally came to believe, with the legal, social, economic parts of the package. I understand that the politics is never removed from the legal, economic, and social aspects of any of these issues, but I wouldn't feel comfortable voting to, what would you call it, endorse the bill as of today. I don't think we've considered it enough. As I say, I don't blame you for supporting it. I don't know what the state's position is. And there have been House hearings House has already passed the bill.
Yeah.
Is,
Well,
first question is there an open period for public comment?
well, yeah, I think there is.
Is those acknowledged ready to go?
When we submitted, I mean, we submitted a testimony to the committee. You know, about outlining MITSC's prior experience with 1735B, and as you know, as Bert and Zeke have pointed out, MITSC has expressed lots of concerns historically about the impact 1735B has had and the way it's been interpreted by the state. That's short of, you know, an actual, you know, advocating for the passage of the bill. I mean, I'm okay either way, but I mean, we could repeat that at this stage. I mean, that was in the committee, you know, it's in the committee record. MITSC could do something else at this stage to again provide that information about MITSC's experience with this statute and how we think it's, you know, the problems that we think it has created. I mean, that can be done by another submission to the Congress. I guess it could be done. We could do an editorial.
Right from the senators.
We could communicate to the senators, repeating the concerns that we described to the House committee. I mean, I guess there's different ways they could do this, or do as Bert is asking, and put it into a formal endorsement of the bill.
Bert.
Yeah, Bert.
You know, I think, you know, I think that, you know, what you were saying, Paul, you know, it gives us options. Okay. I mean, yeah, I mean, I personally think you know, my thoughts are more of a hard stance. However, you know, other members of this commission may think otherwise, but one way or another, we need to take a stance on it, whether it's a hard stance or if we, you know, at least let it be known of the, you know, the things that MITSC has to offer in regard to, you know, the history of how the tribes and legislations and all that kind of stuff that was passed, you know, toward and against, you know, the Native nations here. So, and I guess, you know, that's a conversation we can have is whether, you know, I mean, I personally look at hard stance, you know, and because, you know, as a tribal citizen, you know, I, as well as other tribal citizens, have had to live with the effects of the legislations and how they implement them against us. You know, we have to live it. And again, it doesn't do anything for the non-native population. They're not having to deal with the ramifications of how this legislation, any legislation is worded when it comes to, you know, how, you know, the Native people. We have to live with it. We've been living with it. Our children, our grandchildren are going to have to live with it. So yes, I'm more apt to going for the hard, you know, stance. And, you know, I mean, if there's another way that any of our other commissioners, you know, our non-native commissioners can find that might work with us, I'm willing to listen. But, you know, to just totally disregard it, I'm not for that. There's been too many things that have been disregarded and overstepped. So, you know, that's about where I'm at.
Thanks,
See,
Bert.
Joey has his hand up.
Yeah, Joey, go ahead.
I want to kind of echo what Bert and Zeke said. we've been affected by this legislation since 1980. A lot of the people sitting at that desk hasn't. And the state has always interpreted their way, no matter what. And Representative Golden is trying to, do something right or wrong. Economically, it's hurt our peoples. We don't have the economic base the state has, or towns have, or cities have. And it's sad to me when you see how this process goes. We're not asking for anything new. There's always scare tactics. There's always people worried about what effect it has on them. How about the effect it's had on us? It's sad when you think about what effect it's had. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be hunting, fishing rights. It could be saltwater fishing rights. It could be economic. Every time the tribes try to do something, we get shot down. And I'm glad that, he stood up for us, because nobody in the history of this state has ever done what he's done. They're all afraid of what's going to happen at that level. And I'm with them guys. I think we need to take a stance, and I'm tired of seeing the pushback because we're worried about what people will think. The reality is it has hurt our peoples way too long.
Thanks, Joey. And there's probably a logical point where I should point out to those who don't already know the Harvard economic project on economic development in Indian country or whatever. Yeah. The Harvard project, anyway, which historically has written a number of reports about economic development issues in Indian country, has just last week published a new report regarding the impact of 1735B on the Wabanaki tribes. And it's a pretty, did we send it around yet? I can't remember.
I actually have a copy right here.
Oh.
Right here.
And it's
just if you want a casual reading.
I will. I mean, it just came out a few days ago, but
We'll make sure that.
we'll get it around. But the gist of it is this project at Harvard, which has been studying economic development in Indian country for many years, has now focused on the Wabanaki and the impact of 1735B and produced this report. And it pretty strongly makes the point that 1735B has impaired the economic development of the tribes and the tribal communities in Maine and the surrounding non-Indian communities. And it points out that nationwide, the tribes have been making substantial progress from a very low starting point, but they've been making substantial progress, over the last couple of decades. And by contrast, the tribes in Maine, the progress the tribes have made, Maine have made economically is a fraction, it's a small fraction of the level of improvement of the tribes generally have been experiencing. And they come to the conclusion that the Settlement Act, and in particular 1735B, has had a very negative impact in terms of their economic development and the well-being of the Wabanaki communities, in stark contrast to what's been going on in the rest of the country. Not to say that everything is hunky-dory and all the other tribes in the country, but in general, tribes around the country have been experiencing significant improvements in economic, social areas, and the tribes in Maine are lagging behind that, and they make the case pretty convincingly, I think. So, in terms of what we MITSC might or might not do in terms of endorsing 6707, I think we need to take into account that this new report does make a pretty strong case that 1735B has impaired, the economic development of the Wabanaki tribes, and it's not just gaming. I mean, they're making the point that it's not just about gaming. It's in many different areas that the Wabanaki tribes are lagging behind what's happening elsewhere in Indian country, in terms of the progress that the tribes are making. So it really underscores points, frankly, that MITSC has made numerous times in the past. But not with the charts and the statistics, you know. Now it's backed up by these actual, you know, charts and statistics and analysis by economists, but MITSC has essentially made this argument on numerous occasions that 1735B is impairing the tribe's development. And development for surrounding communities, because, you know, I mean, you can argue that Penobscot Nation is in a slightly different, you know, position, you know, but basically we're talking about rural tribes in rural areas. All over the country, rural tribes that have benefited from federal policy have made progress, and the surrounding non-Indian communities have benefited from that tremendously. I saw it myself in northern Minnesota. It had a huge positive impact on the surrounding communities. And they make that point very strongly in this report, that it will improve conditions not just for the Native people, but for their neighbors as well in depressed rural areas. And I think we should be, MITSC should be looking at that. And Eric, go ahead there.
Yeah, just a point, the graph that people are pointing to that is the growth of per capita income. For other US tribes, it's since 1989, the growth of per capita income has been 61%. For the Wabanaki, it's been 9%. So, and then, I mean, there's obviously the general population has been somewhere between 9 and 61%. Bob, I just had a question in terms of your reluctance. Was it more in line with Sarah's position that the commission just shouldn't take positions, or were you had questions about the actual implications of 6707? You said a couple of different things. I was just trying to track it.
While he's thinking.
Yeah.
I have reservations about taking a position rather than just providing information. But I also know that there's an awful lot of things in that bill. And I'm not sure at this point I could say that I would vote yay or nay for any particular one. I understand.
Like what?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't remember what's in it. I read it a long time ago, but you know,
it always seems that way. No one can
well,
actually, they say they have
that's
questions,
true.
but they can't articulate what they are. It's really frustrating
yes, it is.
because it's bullshit.
Well, with me, it's not totally bullshit.
Well, then what is it? I mean, I'm so tired of hearing that from
when
you
the
and
bill
others on
first
this
came
commission.
out, I skimmed it. I did not read it thoroughly.
You didn't think your role on this commission required you to actually read something like that?
I skimmed it. I read some of the articles. I talked with other people in
It's just such a
the
joke.
forest products industry. I know that there are many things that need to be changed in legislation. But I think a lot of times people just look at a bill and say, yes, I support this. We need to.
Or no,
make
I don't support it.
or no,
Don't
we
even
don't-
read it.
We need to make X, Y, or Z better,
Yeah.
or we don't need to touch anything. That's true. With this particular bill, I believe from what I understand, talking to other people, what I read early on, that there are things in there.
Oh, Bill, you didn't read, but only skim.
That means I read parts of it. It means I did read,
So, okay.
yeah, so, losing my train of thought here. So, anyway, I don't know that I would support every single thing that's in that bill. And I'm not comfortable voting yay or nay on the bill today. But I also don't think the overriding thing is, I don't think that MITSC, when I joined this board, commission, my understanding was that we were to be a resource for information, but that we were not a a policy-making or a legislative type commission, that we were supposed to facilitate communications, development of resources, things like the historical impact of use of the rivers and history on the fisheries that had never been explored before, but is the basis for many of the laws today and for many of the natives' views on sustenance fishing. Providing that kind of information is something I believe is a commission role. Providing information on how the commission has looked at or how the commission has viewed some of these laws and how we've seen the effects of them in the past, I think is a good thing to do. To tell a legislator, I think you should adopt this carte blanche, I don't think is a position of MITSC. And you're right, I have not read every single word of that because I didn't think that we needed to. I thought what we were doing.
And that's
providing
fine, but then
information
saying
is-
that you have questions about something you didn't read strikes me as insincere.
Well, I worded it wrong. I don't know whether I have questions. I question whether there's anything in there that I would not be in favor of.
I know, it's crazy, you could just read it. Bob, what was your?
With respect to the Penobscot representative's bullshit argument. I understand. First, Bert, I yield to seniority.
Well, thank you. Well, you know, as far as one of the other responsibilities we have as commissioners, as the Maine Indian Tribal State Commission, is also to put forth recommendations. Is there something there that you missed when, you know, in looking at the responsibilities as being a commissioner? Because, you know, as a commission, when we make part of our job is to make those recommendations. And what I've seen in the past, a lot of those recommendations have gone by the wayside. But that doesn't mean that we don't put forth our recommendations and our concerns. That's our responsibility as a commission. So yes, we do have that responsibility, and it does fall within the responsibilities of the Maine Indian Tribal State Commission.
Joey.
Go ahead, Bob.
Joey?
I can wait for Bob to answer. I think Darren's asked for him to.
Please go. Oh, well, all right. Who was I? Bullshit.
Well, no, it bothers me when someone says I have a problem with something they haven't read it. It just doesn't strike me as honest, but
I've read it many times, and I'm damned if I can retain it all. And my reservation about the Golden Village stands is one to which I can't give you a bill of particulars. There's nothing I see that's wrong in the line by line itself, but I don't have that feeling of comfort that I know, or I have a fairly good idea of what would happen if that statute is enacted. We've never dealt with that, what I call the federal wall.
Do you ever know? I mean, with certainty. I mean, it just, again, I'm trying to track the logic of your argument. No one ever knows.
Well,
right? Really, because reviewing courts, language, all the things that are in the products of legislation.
There is a point at which, at a subjective level, I become comfortable enough with saying, yeah, I could recommend that to you. Or I could recommend that. I think 1735B was a bad idea to begin with. Informally, I agree that it probably ought to come out of the statute. I don't know, I haven't heard yet what the unknown, be careful what you wish for, what the other effects of that might be on this complex Rube Goldberg machine that is the 1980 statutes.
Do you think when people passed the 1964 Civil Rights Act, they knew what the implications would be of it?
Seminar on that.
I mean, I guess that's what my point is, simply a shift in the framework always comes about uncertainty. I mean, and I can't speak to your subjective comfort level, obviously, that's only in your head, but it just, I guess I just hear this and it's, you know, I've only been here for a little while, but that the return towards like uncertainty as an excuse not to do something, when we feel it as Wabanaki people so deeply, and feel, I mean, I was just looking at, I mean, as you know, my work is so intimately tied to helping the tribes with climate adaptation. If you were to tell me like our non-participation in the Safford Act doesn't impact that, it does, and it's an insane inequity that is frustrating to me, and because I can't help the communities provide the resilience that they need in climate change. So I'm just, it's just so immediate to all of us, and it's just like, oh, to you guys, it's like, oh, well, maybe it has these implications I haven't thought about yet or whatever. I mean, it just, you know, and look, I love everyone. I'm just, it's just, I wish there would be more honesty. It's like, if people presume that there's a zero-sum game, that if the tribes benefit from something, therefore the state might lose, and then that's your rubric for decision making, just say that, as opposed to like, I'm not so sure if some unknowns might come up that I don't know. That it just doesn't hold any intellectual weight.
You know, there are differences in perspective that I think deserve to be respected. First, I have to respond to the argument that I've heard from at least 3 of you, that this has widely disparate effect on the native and non-native communities, that it's life and death for you and your people, just la to the state. I can't speak for the state. I don't know what aspects of the state's economy, environment, labor force, tax base, or much of anything else would be affected by this proposed change, which it's a brilliant idea. I just don't have enough comfort, as I say, knowing. We haven't had much of a presentation at all on it. I haven't reviewed the congressional testimony. I'm reluctant to just add our list to the list of advocacy organizations endorsing it, because I want to try to maintain the independent neutrality that the commission could develop. And I don't think just endorsing the Golden Bill in it walk that back. I think we've done a fine job to present what we presented. I wish we had been given a chance to do the Kennedy School's study. I'm not saying we could have done it, but that's exactly the kind of thing I think the commission does well in, that kind of economic, social study. Those are real facts and analysis with only a certain amount of speculation, extrapolation involved. I respect that. I understand everything we do is for the native communities and to the state. And I do have a mindset of looking at it as it's just on a scale. You know, there's one of these and there's one of those. I will apologize for it. I will admit to it. But what I'm thinking most of is preserving the appearance of independence and neutrality, so that when chips are down, people will listen to us as something other than just a forum or a focus group.
So when something meaningful comes about, we actually have some weight, like 6707.
See, that's the thing is like when we get to those parts of where there is importance to any of the issues that come to, you know, having an impact on the Native communities, that's when everybody gets where they don't want to be, oh, so much on one side and pick and choose, you know what I mean? Because when it comes to this golden bill, you know, the thing is that we're looking after the sovereignty, we're looking at even more of that, like even, you know, preservation of different things in the state, you know, and but then that's where we always get resistance, and we meet this on an every time basis. You know, we're getting to, now that there's some importance and some weight behind something, now we have to sit back and have everybody say, well, I don't want to be on that side, or I don't want to give an opinion on where I'm backing. And that's what we fight every year. We've been fighting that since the 1980s and even before that. Because there's been representatives in the State House at, what was that date you guys gave earlier? 1836. And, you know, but that's what, and then even then, that's the same thing that we're fighting against, you know, that weight that represents us, where people don't, it comes back to, oh, well, I'm gonna back off from that. I don't want to give an opinion on that. And I'm not gonna even educate myself on what the impacts can even really be.
This reminds me, I mean, this is a difference in the way you view the question. This reminds me of the Atlantic salmon issue. For Bert, and I think for Joey too, it was a referendum. Do you support Atlantic salmon? Yes or no? I didn't see it that way. I don't think Sarah saw it that way. We saw it, rightly or wrongly, as possibly obstructing the effort. Something we didn't need to do, that all we needed to do was dish it up as well as it's about to be dished up here, and let the elected and appointed officials deal with it. I understand why almost every bill, especially one like this, is a life or death issue to you. And I understand what you say, Z. Well, we're not going to play our card now. We're not going to play it. I would say, you know, Bert, if you want to put on a presentation to seek for a formal, you know, endorsement, do it. But I'm hesitant to have us taking the position to formally endorse something that is really for our political branches right now. This is what happens in federal Congress.
Joey also has had his hand up.
Yeah, Joey.
Yes, thank you. You know, when Darren got upset, it upsets me, and I'm with him 100%. I don't think any of you people that aren't natives would ever understand where we stand, but I'm going to give you a little historical stuff with my own family. My father, in the 50s and 60s, spent 8 years of his life in the service. And as most of you might know, natives have the highest population of people that have served for this country. My father didn't have the right to vote in this state. And he spent 8 years of his life and would have died for this country. We have only asked for one thing, and to be treated as equals. We're not. What happens is people fear things. Groups fear things. People with money fear things. They fear us. Why? We've been here longer than you have, and we sure the hell ain't going nowhere. We're not treated as equals, and I've dealt with it. I was a police officer for 25 years of my life. I was a chief for 17. I don't know how many times I dealt with state issues. I don't know how many times I dealt with Janet Mills when she was the attorney general. The state likes to interpret things their way, or groups that have influence over state people that are supposed to represent all of us. That's another issue in itself. The reality is we're never treated as equals, and people are afraid of what we can do. And Darren hit it. You know, our unemployment rate is way higher than the state national average. You know, there are people that are so poor, it's ridiculous. And you talk about simple things. For us, the salmon issue is, and you know, I always said it with the saltwater stuff. We never voted on that. We never gave that right up. And every time that something comes about, people are afraid. Jared Golden took a stand for our people. And he said it was the right thing to do. And people are afraid of what impact it has on forests or other people that make money. The reality is that's not what it's about. We have never been given a fair shake, ever, at any table. And this is ridiculous that this is this fight we have every time. People are afraid. You know, I wasn't put on this commission by the chief and told anything other than to stand up for what I believe is right for our native peoples. People get put on this commission and have experience in fields that are influenced or have influence over decisions that are made that could affect or help us. And they get scared and they automatically don't want to deal with it. They're afraid of what effects it's going to. It's always fear mongering, always. This is crazy. You know, I was at the tribal office when he came just before the election and he met with all the tribes. And that's what he said. This is a wrong. You know, when the Land Claim Settlement Act was implemented, it was pushed through the last minute. They were afraid that Reagan wouldn't sign it. So there was concessions made that were wrong. This commission was established to look at that stuff. Instead, we're too worried about what effect it's going to have on the non-native side, not what effect it's had on us. This stuff has to end. It's 2022 and here we are still talking about stuff that everybody's afraid of. And Darren's right, it's bullshit. It really is.
I think it's now been moved and seconded that the resolution is bullshit. Further discussion? Joe, in all sincerity, I can't really begin to adequately answer. All I can ask is keep talking with us. I don't think this is the moment for us to file a formal endorsement like advocacy for the bill. I'm not going to suggest that we lose the bill. And I would be gratified to see it pass. But I don't take it as my role to put my signature on a document recommending to all of the state of Maine that this is in everybody's best interest. Even though I think it is. I'm not afraid of it.
Well, so to speak on one of Joey's points is the original reason why MITSC was created, which was to help sort out some of these issues that were still unresolved. And this was one of the biggest from the very beginning. And MITSC has taken a historic stance. 20 years ago, if you read that report, at loggerheads, I mean, they take the stance that this is a problematic clause in the Settlement Act back then. And if that commission was able to take that stance then, we can do it today. And it's probably exactly our role, is to help sort out this issue, which has been an issue from the very beginning.
But this would be what you propose is a solution to one piece of the overall land claims mess. And I'm not standing in your way of taking down the whole mess. I don't know that this is a good way to get there, even a good first step. I think we've done what we can by ginning up these things, and it's up to the elected politicians now to vote yes or no.
So just to clarify then, it's not so much what's in the text, because I actually think that it's surgical in the way it was written, me personally. No one went to law school. But I would just say, like, it is more your position, just in thinking about the future of our work together, that Bob, that you would just not be comfortable with the commission. Again, I think I tried to capture that as initially Sarah's point, that just at no point would you be comfortable with the commission taking a position on legislation that is out there being considered.
Wouldn't say that.
Oh,
There's a lot going on here. Your comment is very precise. First of all, I do think that the existing 1735B is a mess. It is very difficult to tell. I find it difficult to tell. When does this get in the way of the state's jurisdiction? When does this operate or not? And how do you tell when it does or not? I'd love to see them fix that. But all this proposes to do would be to tear down what I call the federal wall in the future. And what happens when there's a future bill which amends a bill before the date of the Golden Bill? Yes, it's a little thing, but these are the kind of little things that wind up in the courts, clogging the system down. If not more fine tuned.
so your position is you would prefer a bill that was also retroactive?
That would what?
That was also retroactive. I'm joking.
Well, that would help clear up some of the uncertainties.
Yeah.
The bill says this does not
Yeah.
have retroactive effect. It's teasing you.
Well, I mean, I am both teasing you and serious that that would be a more effective bill. I agree with
Is there a pending motion other than the resolution be declared bullshit?
No.
you. I don't believe I ever made a motion or resolution.
There is no pending resolution or motion. And at this point, there's no motion.
I don't think Bert was asking for one right now, was he?
We could interpret it that way. But I would suggest.
No, the whole idea was, we have conversation on it, I mean, I do, I mean, I could make a motion, but, but I really think that, this commission as a whole really needs to think about this. Because, as I stated before, and I've got some backup out there, that, one of the responsibilities of this commission is to make those recommendations, put out our concerns, voice our concerns as a commission. And, I don't take personally a lot of things that people say. But when it comes down to the things that affect my people, that's where I draw the line. Anything that affects my relatives, my people, and I'm talking about not just Penobscot, the Penobscot Nation. I'm talking about all of Wabanaki, because that's where my responsibility lies. I don't pick and choose what's important between this tribe or that tribe or whatever. My responsibility as a person, who I am, it lies for all of our Wabanaki people. So whatever is felt, whether it's Passamaquoddy, Maliseet, Mi'kmaq, Penobscot, even even that's right here in Maine, but even more so, whether it's the Pequots, the Nipmucks, the Narragansett, the Wampanoag, all of our Wabanaki people. When it affects my people, it affects me, and it does affect me personally. What's being said here, I try not to allow it to affect me personally, and as an individual, it doesn't. But the fact that I know whatever we do, and how we represent, it affects the Wabanaki people, it does hurt me personally. And I take it personally. in that regard. You can say whatever you want to say about me, and it doesn't bother me. But when it comes to the well-being of my people, whether it's political, spiritual, I came up with a new word, but spiritual, or however we look at it, you know, that's who I am. And I guess in a sense, that's the whole reason why my chief, my vice chief and council had come, approached me to take this seat in this commission. Because I don't look at it from a political view. I could care less about politics. But when those politics affect my people, it affects me as well. And I think that goes for any other Native commissioner sitting on this commission, or any other Native commissioner who has sat on this commission. And that's one of the reasons why even now, Penobscot Nation, we don't have that representative sitting down there in Augusta. It came very close that there was thought even about leaving this commission. But we made the argument that, look, if anything, by us sitting on this commission, we can make those recommendations. We can give make our comments that might touch the heart of those people who make decisions for the state, or even for the federal government for that matter, or even the local governments. Maybe we can develop better relations. But as long as all these things are kind of pushed aside, just because someone's not comfortable with taking a stance or giving an opinion, that's going to hurt us.
Well, my original point, Bert, too, was I just hear it a lot here in this room and in the legislature, is discomfort with things people have not even read.
Right.
I guess that's my hang up. And if I'm being a jerk about this, just let me know. I'm not here to attack anyone, but it just strikes me as really, again, it feels dishonest to me if someone said, oh, I might have skimmed that or I didn't read it. I'm not sure I agree with it. Like how can you have an opinion to even be unsure about it if you haven't read it? Like, I guess that's it. I just don't get it. Like, it's just something, maybe I'm a super nerd and I read everything. You know what I'm saying? Like word for word. And I come prepared to a meeting if it's on the agenda. I read the text of it. Maybe I'm the idiot. Maybe I'm wasting my time doing that stuff. But I don't understand, that. And I apologize if it was like offensive to you or to anyone here. But it is very frustrating to hear that articulated again and again, of a lack of surety of things that people aren't even reading or investigating for themselves. And that strikes me as disingenuous.
May I continue? Oh, John.
Well, I was gonna say, I agree with that. And I have always tried to read everything before I've come to meetings. I read the fisheries study a couple of times, and
yeah,
I did not realize we were gonna have this kind of a discussion today, or I would have gone back and reread that.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that, come to me, reports, and I read most of them. And I've read a lot of things on my own. I've watched some television shows on Native American culture. I do take this job seriously. And part of my problem was that I did not express myself well. I didn't mean to say that there are things in the report that I don't agree with, but I can't remember them. I don't remember the report I don't know if there are things in the report that, that I wouldn't, or in the law, that I wouldn't agree with 100%. I do agree that laws need to be changed. I do also believe that they need to be looked at very closely, because although you can never guarantee they will do exactly what you want them to do, and that's why we have amendments. I think we need to try to get the best laws that we can that do what we think they're gonna do and not have a lot of unintended consequences. I know the state hasn't taken a position for this bill. I am a state commissioner. I'm a little reluctant to vote in favor of a bill that the state has not come out in favor of.
That all makes sense to me. I totally
So,
understand.
you know, I don't have any problem with
Yeah.
you calling me out. I approached it the wrong way. But I do want you to know that I would not be on this commission if I didn't believe in what the commission was doing and believe that there was a problem in native, non-native relations, and that there's been a problem over the years in how the natives have been treated as second-class citizens. I mean, there's all kinds of horror stories. That all needs to be recognized, and we need to move forward in a much better, fair, equitable way. I still, though, am reminded that there are, I don't know, 7,000-8,000 enrolled in the tribes, maybe. There's 1.3 million people in this state. And when you look at things like the environmental laws, whether native land should be subject to DEP and Land Use Planning Commission rules and things like that, or whether they don't have to be subject to those rules. I think you need to take into account all of the people in the state, not just the natives, so that there are situations where I think that, you know, the idea that natives control their own destiny, I think is good, but it has to be within a state, like it or not, that has 1.3 million people now.
No, we're sovereign nations. We don't need to abide by
Well,
the
see,
state. I'm
that's,
sorry.
yeah,
We're a sovereign nation. We're a nation within a nation, and that's what the fight is about right now.
yeah, that's
You know, and
true.
that's what was given to us. So, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but
No,
that
that's-
statement is very insulting.
I'm sorry that it's insulting, but
We don't have to. And the thing is even when it comes to DEP and our land issues, we have stronger restrictions for our land, our hunting, and our forestry than the state does.
what I would like to see is for you to work with the state, and I know that's difficult, to,
It's the other way around. The state needs to start learning to work with us.
well, yes, all right, I worded it wrong. For you and the state to work together so that the good practices that you have can be adopted by the state, and the state regulations can be adjusted to fit your needs. I understand what sovereignty means, but I just think it's very awkward to have a nation within a nation. I would much prefer to see two cooperating governments
That's a nation
working-
within a nation.
working for the good of all.
Yeah, that's a nation within a nation.
Well,
But we were here before there was a state government. We
correct,
had forms of government that the United States and the state mimic. Those are
Correct.
our ways that are being followed. Yet we're not allowed to even produce or run our own ways. Yes, there is sovereignty, but the state is not allowing us to govern ourselves, which we are supposed to federally have that right as a sovereign nation.
I think. we
That's
have-
Sandy up there. Want to say something? Sandy?
It's
Sandy,
actually Sam's hand that's up.
Oh, yeah, I
Go
wanted
ahead,
to,
Sam.
I just wanted to make a comment, based on, what Sarah said. It sounds like, I believe that, if you feel like, if any of the state commissioners feel like they're being, either ambushed or attacked or or like they've a trap's been sprung on them. I feel like your state appointees have really led you into this, where our goal, our chiefs gave us when we came on this commission, was very clear in what they wanted from us and what we wanted to contribute to this community, and everything I've heard from our tribal commissioners has been exactly in line with what I believed the value I would add to this commission and what my chief expected from me. And I really believe that your state appointees have kind of done you dirty and not really giving you the truth in what this commission is about, whether if the infrastructure and bureaucratic processes and politics were out of this, our positions would still be the same. And I just wanted to say, like, if I just really believe that, yeah, the state kind of set you guys up to fail, and that's how it's been since the time I've been in this commission. The state commissioners before you, they've had the same thoughts, and I really think that's not the that your state appointees have set you up to set it up to not be where we don't agree, not intentionally, but that confusion has created a lot of the issues that we're discussing right up till now.
Could you summarize that, please, Sam?
I just think where we are at, we're arguing our points from different levels, where we don't see this as a it's more of a moral issue than either a political one. All of our disagreements, and I think that's the basis of all our disagreements, and if there seems to be an uneven if it seems to be there seems to be an uneven frustration from our side, I think that's part of the reason why, where our goals are we're differing on what we view our level of importance in this commission, where it's more of a moral and a cultural issue to us rather than a bureaucratic or a political one. Every disagreement we seem to have with it within the commission.
Sandy?
Thank you. First and foremost, Aaron Dana, do not apologize for expressing your opinion and advocating for your people. Lewin. Secondly, as I sit here watching through this modern technology, I had a quick sidebar with Commissioner Barnes and reminded him that 45 years ago, young, older than some of you at that table, Joey and I would sit there with his father, Chick Barnes, and my mother, Ernie Yarmel, and they were having these same arguments and conversations and disagreements along racial lines. It wasn't about the subject matter. It wasn't about being treated differently as a race. It was about being treated equitably. And for the non-native commissioners, I put this in the chat, but here's a statement for you. For the non-native commissioners, there is a collective of native brilliance sitting in the same room with you. Do your readings, prepare your concerns, bring them to this space, and let's engage in truly meaningful dialogue and education. We, Skijinawug, have the lived experience that you have an obligation to learn about to better understand your role in this commission. Lewin?
The only one we haven't heard yet is Richard.
That's a hell of a tee up.
He was trying to dunk.
Did I miss, I think I missed something.
Oh,
Continue.
well, we're still discussing the same topic.
Same time. My personal opinion is that I think that I support the removal of the two provisions from the act that are the focus of the bill. I also agree with the position that's been expressed publicly by Senator King and his resistance to the proposal and to the questions from Senator Collins and also out of the governor's office, which is the preference that it should be negotiated. And so I think you can have both positions. In other words, I feel comfortable expressing
Refill thing.
that those provisions.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know, if it's the last of the refill, then he has to wait to get a provider to
Sandy, can you
Sandy.
say,
sign off on it.
Not me. I'm muted.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
maybe it's Joey.
somebody needs to mute?
Should be removed. And when I say removed, I mean, you know, the proposed legislation is a forward looking, so we're saying, remove the barrier to applicability to the state on a go forward basis. But when you hear the arguments, we have a delegation of 5, the 4 congressional members and the governor. And the split is not, partisan parties split. But you clearly have a split among the delegation, and they seem, and what they're expressing is that they want to see a negotiated outcome. Now, perhaps that's possible, perhaps it isn't. Perhaps passing the Golden Bill is the only way to apply the pressure to force a negotiated outcome. But that's my personal opinion.
Joey has his hand up, and also just a reminder to everyone, we do have like a hard stop at 1 because they have another group. And there's also food.
And there's food. Yeah.
But Joey has.
What Richard said makes sense to me with how the state feels, and they talk about wanting to negotiate. But the truth is, the tribe has presented a lot of stuff, tribes over the years that keep on getting shot down, and they point to the Land Claim Settlement Act as the reason to shoot stuff down. Golden's only doing what should have been done a long time ago, and all we've asked is we be on an equal footing as other tribes across the country are. I have no faith in Angus King because he never supported us when he was governor, and Janet Mills was the attorney general before she was governor. And the stuff she pushed the first 4 years she was in was just a window dressing for the tribes. You know, in the end, we're only asked to be equals. That's it. And we're not treated as equals. And Sarah worked in an industry that she was very good at. But I'm going to tell you, as somebody that lives off them resources and hunts near lands that are controlled by state, I can show you the difference in how we cut and how they cut in the Jackman area. It's an actual joke. They flatten the land. Flatten it. There ain't nothing left behind. So Aaron's right when he says that our laws are more strict in most cases than the state. And some of these people, these entities that have the control and have the money and the power that push these representatives, senators, and stuff around. That's why I love Golden. He don't care. He's not controlled by anybody. He's doing what's right for people that he represents. We vote just like you vote.
Well,
We don't get the same bite of the apple at the state level. And I think Bert was right when he talked about the ambassador thing. I've had a problem with it. We have a representative sitting there that represents our people. The right to vote. But the people that anytime something, and you guys saw at the last session, the water issue in Pleasant Point, you know, the people that represent us represent the towns. They were more concerned about the towns than they were us and our right for clean water. It's too much. It really is. I'm at a point where it's just, you know, listen to Sandy speak earlier. And our parents were really close and they fought a lot. And today you see stuff happen and people get upset when you talk. I sat in many rooms with them too. And when they left the room, it was over and done with. You know, we're just passionate people that want what's right for our people. That's it. We're not asking for handouts. We're asking to be treated as equals. And Aaron is right. You know, we are sovereign. The state has always fought that issue. They want to control us. This isn't, you know, doing what's right for the Passamaquoddy, Penobscot, Micmac, and Maliseet. This is making sure the state still has a hand on us and tries to control us, and it's got to end.
Just offering one person, just a personal opinion. I think what you underestimate for a lot of us is the what we've seen is the record of the federal government and the federal impact on state. So just so we're clear, we're talking about a transition from a challenged agreement that does have primacy at the state level and a transition to moving away from that and having that primacy transition to the federal level. And there's been just as much challenged history over the years with the way the federal bureaus and political leadership have changed for the good and for the bad, as there is at the local level. So my druthers, of course, is as close to local as possible, but the direction we're headed clearly, and it will be a significant change for the entire population of the state, is when we do move to and the ultimate federal primary determination over so many of the issues that we're talking about that are currently within the agreement that are under this municipal arrangement, which is not a satisfactory arrangement, is between the state and the tribal community. So I just, you know, I think we need to speak in realistic terms when we talk about what it means for the entire state and the state population when we, like the western states, will move to that federal model. It is significant beyond the benefits that extend to the tribal communities, but it has consequences, which is why I understand the position that some of the federal delegation are advocating when they talk about negotiating a way through this. I think endorsement of the bill is essentially a recognition that the state won't be able to negotiate its way through it with the tribal communities, that it will take a piece of legislation like this at the federal level and then let the chips
Past
fall.
40 years.
Huh?
That's how it's been for the past.
Well,
40
no, I
years.
understand that, but I'm just saying, if I had a preference, my preference would be that we get there. If it won't happen, then that's where we are in terms of the state-federal relationship. So there is that. I mean, I don't want to go around in circles if I keep repeating this.
What I think, you know, the evidence is that many of us keep mobilizing is that a firmly recognized tribal sovereignty from the federal system actually benefits the communities around tribal nations. Like we keep pointing to this piece, the evidence of that, and it seems to fall on deaf ears. And I think that's where it just strikes us as, you know, that an interest in control and not in terms of an interest in the well-being of the tribes and the local communities. If that makes sense. I mean, I think
Well,
that's my position is I can point to the evidence where that federal system, as it relates to tribal nation sovereignty, is a benefit more broadly to those tribes and to the local communities.
And which has ebbed and flowed over the years. I mean, even now we see if a different administration comes in at the federal level with different secretaries running some of these departments that have huge authority. That has been a reflection of a different attitude and approach when it comes to resource management and all the rest of it. And so that is a risk that the whole state absorbs in the federal model. So I mean, it isn't as though the federal approach is a straight line.
I no, and I wasn't saying that. I was just saying, even with those ebbs and flows, the net is towards a benefit of tribal sovereignty, but despite this back and forth. That's what the studies and the data shows. I mean, I'm a scholar, so I'm motivated by the data.
No, I
Yeah.
and I completely appreciate that. And
Yeah.
you've got we have now the 42-year history.
Yeah.
To compare.
Yeah.
There's under the act and other states under.
Right, and then those states in those tribes and the communities near those tribes. And some of the studies have come out of Minnesota and some other places that show this benefit. And so when that's where it's like, well, then where's your evidence that it hurts the state? Because I have the evidence that says it helps the state.
What I'm saying is, and I'm expressing a personal concern.
Sure.
My personal concern is that the other evidence is that you have to look at those elements that are diminished in the state in the federal model, beyond the tribal communities.
Right, and I wish someone would share in the tribal federal state kind of infrastructure.
Yep.
If you have evidence of a diminishment, I would love for you to share that, because I have evidence to the opposite. In terms of tribes.
Well, when I say a diminishment, I'm really describing a diminishment of the overall role. And again, I'm going beyond the direct tribal impact in terms of the role that the state has in terms of regulatory authority.
Right.
In a state like Maine that would enter into a new world, which it has not been in.
Yeah.
When it transitions to that federal authority.
I understand that, and that's the situation that I can provide you the evidence on,
So,
that it's a benefit.
But I'm saying that apprehension
Yeah.
has nothing to do with any ill will or wanting to hold back tribal communities. It's just simply as a citizen dealing.
It's
with
just the unknown.
Well, no, it's
But it's
just.
the known, it's the presumption that the federal authority will impact negatively the state.
Correct.
Even though I have the evidence that the benefit goes to the tribes and the local communities.
But you're pointing to states that have been in that model. Many states that have in that model from the beginning, as opposed to a state that has transitioned from never having been in that model to now moving into that model.
Okay, no, this is a good dialogue. I'd like to continue this at some point.
We got Bert?
Yeah. No, that's good, thank you.
So, what I hear there too, I mean, I appreciate, what's being said. However, what I see when it comes to, if we fall within, the things that the federal government allows us. All the federal Indian laws, if they were applied to the nations, the tribal nations in the state of Maine, then it would benefit the native nations. Yeah, but like Darren said, it would also benefit the local, the local population as well. Now, I think what I gather, Richard, from what you've said, is basically in my own way of thinking is it would create a problem for the state of Maine and how they control us. That's how I see it. Okay, and whether you meant that or not, that's how I see it. Being a Native person, having lived a life as a Native person, and knowing, how the state of Maine has basically shrugged us aside at every turn. Now we seem to have more people that are looking toward better relations between the state population, and the citizens of the Native nations. But still, it's that pushback. And I think the biggest pushback is that word control. I think that, as was stated earlier, all these things, that would actually, benefit the tribes, would actually benefit the non-Native population even better, even more so. One of the things that I've noticed in time is that the only time anything benefits the tribes, the tribal citizenship, or the tribes as a whole, is only when the state gets a better deal. But again, we're given breadcrumbs, and so as was stated several times here, that we have lived and continue to live with nothing in comparison to what the Native population has. We have to fight tooth and nail for any little bit, just to be who we are. We're finally able to practice our own ceremonies and do things, that way. There was a time when that was dangerous, right? Now, we're just trying to live. We're trying to live in a way in accordance to our traditions, not the imposed traditions of other people, but to bring forth our traditions and live according to our traditions, our ways of life. And, believe it or not, if more people decided to live that way, things could be a lot better. But we don't look for control. Our people work together for the things that we have. That's what we've done for millennia. So, I think that the state of Maine could benefit by making making changes, that might come forth if and when federal Indian law pertains to us as it does to other Native nations across this continent. But I'm all for that. And it doesn't mean that we cannot work with the non-Native population. Our responsibility here in our land, in the land that is a part of us. The land itself, that's also Wabanaki. It's not just the people. The land and all of its resources are all Wabanaki. The land, the animals, the air, the waters, those are all living beings, a part of who we are. And we fight to maintain that relationship. We fight to ensure its well-being along with our own, because when it's healthy, we are healthy. And if we are all healthy, then that means even our non-Native neighbors will also be healthy. So, you know, I truly believe that at any turn, any opportunity that we as a commission have, if we truly want to work together, we should be looking toward that, you know, in that way. And we can have, you know, differences in opinions, but I think, you know, I've heard some things that really bothered me here in this meeting and in other meetings. But I've heard some things that are very hurtful, not just to me, but, you know, to all of my Native relatives, those that sit on this commission, as well as those that are listening in and watching this meeting right now. And even if they're not listening in, you know the word's going to get to them. And I think about how they're going to feel about the conversations that we're having, what things are being said. So, you know, I don't ever wish ill on anyone. I don't mean disrespect to anyone. But my responsibility is for the well-being, emotionally, spiritually, politically, evidently, in all ways. And every one of our Native commissioners that sit on this commission also have that responsibility. That's why we will always argue in force when it comes to the well-being of our people. Chief William.
For just a couple of minutes. I can't possibly respond to all of what's been said. I just to take a swing at some of it. I mean, we've gone for a very wide ranging discussion, running from what I see as a narrow issue of what do we do about 67.7 on down to what's the commission here for, what are our roles and so on. We could have made a whole retreat out of this. Let me just fill in a few gaps to say, first of all, in general, I want to see the natives get where they want to go. I have a view that is sort of over the crest of the next hill. I want to be sure that whatever replaces the 1980 acts doesn't give rise to another generation or two of misunderstandings under a new statute. I'm less concerned in how the balance of power is struck in replacement legislation and in being satisfied that nobody is going to say after it happens, well, we didn't have any reason to think that was going to happen. And this is going back to Daryl's point, well, what are you afraid of? Well, we don't know, But to some extent, we're sitting in the same car, trying to get to the same place, and each of us has the map out. And the natives are saying, oh, go this way. And the state people, or those of us who are here today, are saying, there's a different way to get there. I think we're all trying to get there with this. In a funny way, this commission is beginning to make more sense to me with time. And there are a couple of things that are going on, and I now realize there are different approaches to the whole mission of this commission. One way to describe them as a difference between political action and statecraft. I know Bert has said more than once he doesn't like politics. But how many years have you been on the commission, Bert? And I've tried to convince him, and I'm starting to try to work with Zeke on the model that no, this is statecraft. If you're talking about sovereignty, okay, that is a two-way street, and neither side has any coercive force on the other. Joey Barnes, if you're still there, I can't even begin to respond to your remarks about saltwater fishery. All Tilo and I can talk about that. That's been brewing for 40 years. One thing I've been trying to tell people as the omnibus reform has moved through the process is that bill does not resolve the saltwater fishery issues. I'm not advocating do it this way, do it that way, but I think both Native Council and the state governor's office both understand that that would not solve that problem. So I don't want anybody or the general public to come away thinking, well, I thought we solved all of those problems. Why are we back in federal court now? To get closer to the point, you know, what appears on the agenda item for this is 6707 applicability update. I read that quickly and assumed, well, we've got to find out what's going on. I'd be interested to know what's going on. I don't think honestly that we're going to be asked to take a formal endorsement position. And I'm not saying we can't, but my inclination is it's not a good idea. Is it going to get you what you want? You want the votes in the Senate and the House. I don't think we're going to move anybody in that legislature by adding our names to the list of enormous list of advocacy organizations that support the measure. Yes.
I think whether or not this will actually have any kind of effect is a bit beside the point. I mean, this is very well might not have any effect at all. But I mean, for a matter of record, you know, MITSC taking a stance on this is probably needed. And I'd also like to point out the very frank reality that we might not have quorum again for quite a while. I mean, we struggle every time. And we'll attempt it in the next meeting 3 months from now. But we should come to a resolution on this today. We can.
I just wanted to say one last thing that may seem more abstract than anything else we discussed today. And that is, I mentioned this in the memo I wrote like a year ago, the interim report. There's a difference in approach whether we see our roles as representatives of our respective governments or as independent commissioners like judges and so on. I think it dawned on me meeting with Chief Newell earlier this week when she kind of scolded me and said, well, you know, we meet with our basic representatives monthly. What's going on with MITSC? Don't you meet with the governor? Well, no, for better or for worse, the governor's attitude seems to have been, you're independent. We will not lobby you and ask you to take positions. I'm not sure. I think in the long run, one of those has to change. And we both have to be on a representative model, and it'll be like, you know, labor management negotiation, or we have to adopt the more independent model where we're just setting the fisheries regulations. That's it.
Well, maybe I should.
I yield back.
I'm not clear. Do we have? Is there any motion?
I mean, I think we were asking Bert if he's making.
Yeah.
That was where.
Leave it to you, Bert. Want to make a motion?
I will officially make a motion. I don't know how to word it, but I will make the motion to send in our support or whatever, however we need to word it.
Okay. Bert, when we tell you on the phone, you would voice it in terms of a motion to endorse the passage of HR 6707.
Yeah, that's my motion.
Second.
Move to table.
Second.
So
We vote on the motion to table first.
So do we discuss a motion or two? Is there any need to?
Normally you can discuss a motion to table. And maybe we should, but we do have 5 more items on our agenda and 18 minutes.
I think we basically anticipated several of those items as we go.
Okay,
So I think we're really down to the last 2 items, basically.
okay.
Just to clarify that. We also have uneaten lunch, but So, all right, there's a motion to table the motion. Is there discussion of tabling motions? Then I guess the thing to do is vote on whether to table the motion.
And we can't see everyone on Zoom, so it'll have to maybe be verbal, like we can't see.
Yeah, I think we got to do a roll call.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll start, this time we start with those who are on Zoom. So, on the motion to table, Bert,
To table my motion? Negative.
I don't, does the motion maker vote on that?
Is what?
Is the maker of the?
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
Oh, yeah, he gets to, yeah,
uh,
everybody votes.
Joey,
To table that motion, no.
Sandy,
Opposed.
Sam,
Opposed.
Sarah,
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
No.
Well, I vote for the motion.
There,
Opposed.
and Newell, is Newell with us? Chair is a voting member of the commission unless they choose not, which is often the case. I don't think we have a. So, I think the result is 6-3. Not to table, is that right, Rachel?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion is not tabled. So we move to discussion of the original motion. Is there further discussion?
I move the question.
Which means.
It means we vote. I mean, we've discussed it quite a lot.
Yes, we have. So, again, we'll do a roll call. Going back to those of you on Zoom. This is on Bert's motion to endorse the passage of HR 6707. Bert,
Yes.
Joey,
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
Sam,
Yes.
Sarah,
No,
Richard,
Nay.
Zeke,
Yes.
Bob,
Present.
present. Darren.
Yes.
And Newell, are you there? So that is, what's the result of that, Rachel?
6-3.
6-3 in favor of the motion. No, 6-2 with a
Okay.
6-2-1.
Yes.
In favor of the motion. All right. That's weird. Done with that. Do we, do you want to take a couple of minutes and grab something to eat? And I can. start.
Yes.
Just throw it at that screen. It's
I can introduce this next issue here. We've already basically covered G, H, and I, so I'm going to J, which is MITSC uses of the term tribal citizens instead of tribal members. This is, so anyone who wants to grab a sandwich, they can do it while I introduce this issue. But it has been brought to our attention by a couple of commission members. This question of whether or not we should use the term tribal citizens in lieu of saying tribal, always saying tribal members. Bert has spoken to this. Newell has also spoken to it. It is my understanding that there is a growing movement, I think, with the tribes and nationally to use the term tribal citizens, instead of using the term tribal members. And I won't try to speak for Bert on this, and he can explain, his reasons, but we kicked this around a little bit in September. My view of it is that MITSC I guess MITSC can make the choice that when it's within our, our power to choose what term we're using, we use it, but because there's a whole body of law, both at state, federal, and tribal levels that talks about tribal members, and we can't change that. But it has been suggested, I think, that within the, as far as MITSC is able to use the term citizens as opposed to members, that we choose to do that we will talk about tribal citizens instead of, because I think it is perceived as a negative or limiting term by a lot of Native people. And I guess having said that, I'd ask Bert to, speak to that. He was one of the two people who really brought it. Sandy as well, I think. That's voice that's concerned.
Yeah, I remember this conversation at the retreat. And I think that you're absolutely right, Paul, that my understanding is that we left that conversation with, well, we understand the requirement to use words like tribal member and American Indian, Alaska Native, that for the purposes of our work, at least internally, as a sign of a show of respect for the sovereignty of tribal nations, that we use the term citizen.
Yes, I think that sums it up. Sandy, Bert, did you want to weigh in on it?
Yeah, dang, Sandy, that sounds good. But yeah, so I think that, I know there's question as to how and when, we can use that term, but I think as a commission, we can utilize the term citizen instead of tribal member, because, first of all, as we discussed back, during the retreat, and I think, well, Newell put it out there, when you think about members, you're talking about members of clubs, like, the YMCA or a golf club, not the golf club that you swing, but all these different clubs, you're a member or a member of society, I guess you can use it. But, the thing is we are nations. Okay. We are individual tribal nations. And, the United States is a nation, but you don't refer to their people as, are you, you don't ask, are you a United States member? No, people ask, are you a United States citizen, right? Well, our nations date back long before the United States, or many of these nations as they are now, ever existed. And so, I think that it's appropriate that we show that respect. We are citizens of our respective nations. And the fact that we are a nation, nation within a nation, but we're a nation that existed long before the nation that we're a part of it, became in existence. So now the wording on a lot of legislation, yes, it uses the term members, but as a commission, we can always, when we refer to the citizens of any of the respective tribal nations, we should do so. And, even when we're talking to the other governments, in reference to these, the language that's in these bills or laws or whatever that exist, we as a commission can always, refer to, let them know that, look, we will regard, what you refer to as members as citizens. We'll use citizens in lieu of your legal terminology as members. But that, I think, like Sandy said, showing that respect to the citizens of our respective tribal nations. And I think, some of us, I know I'm working on it. Matter of fact, Karen, that's one of the reasons I was trying to call you. I'm in the process
I keep
of
it permanently on
trying,
screen.
trying to formulate something even within the Penobscot Nation to start implementing that change as well, but that there's a process there within each of our tribal nations in order to make those changes. Now, of course, that's going to take a while. Any of those things, because you have documentation that's got to be changed, because and with that change, it's going to cost a little bit of money. I'll actually probably going to cost a lot of money. So that's where the concerns are going to be. However, as citizens of our respective nations, I think we deserve that respect, that standing as citizens. So this commission can initiate that move on the commission's level, and show, I don't see that being a problem. But I think that when we have discussion and when we put out information, we would refer to individuals of our respective nations as citizens.
If I might, I guess to try to bring this to a head, I would take from this that going forward, at least, seems for the staff primarily that would be involved in using the term, that except where it would cause confusion, in terms of in connection with a particular statute or that uses the term member, we can't change the literal wording of the statute. But that to the extent we can do it without creating any confusion, though, we would start using the term citizen. It has come in more and more into usage. I think it's going to continue in that direction. So unless there's any objection within the commission, we go that way.
Question.
Yeah.
No objection. I'll use whatever term the tribal leadership prefers to use. But having spent the last 3 years debating gender terminology at my place of employment and all of the unanticipated reactions to certain words, when I hear citizen, I think of by choice. Somebody can become a citizen of a nation by choice. And I thought tribal determination was really blood. And so I just want to make sure, people outside of an arena that hear a term, this is what we've been going through kind of with some of the other terminology in the gender arena, that I'm clear on the intent. And I think I'm clear, in terms of what Bert expressed, and I'm more than happy to use whatever the correct terminology is, but the word citizen, to me, means by choice. And I don't think that's how it works, is it?
There is a process for each of the tribes, as far as I know,
Yes,
for naturalization outside of the birth.
we're not just blood. You could be blood and still be a Passamaquoddy Party citizen, but we're citizens by choice. We go through an application process. We submit our lineage and heritage to our census committees. It's by choice, and
You can give it up.
we can sign away from the tribe anytime that we want.
I have an example. My uncle is enrolled in Passamaquoddy tribe, or used to be, and that's a choice you're allowed to make if you qualify for both, but you can't be enrolled in both.
And the whole gender terminology is way different because you
I
choose
know
to be
it's
a Maine or
different,
a
but
US citizen, correct?
Right.
I choose to be a Passamaquoddy citizen. So, to compare us like that and to chuckle about it, we're not a joke. We're a nation.
I did not mean any offense. I simply referenced the other debate because
That's a total separate debate.
I know it's
compared
a
to what we
separate
are.
debate. What I'm saying is we went through a process where terms were selected, which we found out later were unintentionally offensive to people and misunderstood. So I'm just gun shy after having gone through that, that's all.
Since first contact, we've been fighting the debate on what we are called off reservation and on reservation. You know, and it wasn't until the 70s and 80s that we were actually looked upon as human beings.
Okay.
So for us to want to be called citizens of our own nations should not even be a debate.
I'm not debating, I'm asking a clarifying question.
Your comparison to a debate to whether or not we're citizens or members. And
No, I intended no offense.
but that's what you had just said, right? You said that you're comparing it to something that is a debate, which gives you that standing that there is a debate on whether or not it's being said that we're citizens or members. And to also to bring it to something that doesn't even have anything to do with a nation or a race is also a separate thing, right? And then a couple people here chuckled about that. It's not really a joke to us, because what we want to be called is the same as you having your inherent right to be called whatever you want. But that's not a problem. They choose that they want to go by pronouns. That's up to them and their human right. Same as us is our human right. I don't know a whole lot about the pronouns or the different genders, but that's not for me to even, look into, because, that I'm okay with my own pronouns, but if they want to fight for their pronouns, that's up to them. That's a total separate situation than us wanting to be called citizens.
Understood.
I mean, I take,
It's about what's right and not right.
and I just take from the conversation that I'm not hearing an objection to us adopting the term citizens wherever we can use it. And that's, unless
No objections.
but that's what we're gonna start doing. Wherever we can substitute citizens for them. Great. All right, the last thing, we got another meeting here in 1 minute.
Yeah, that's my understanding, that we have this place online.
Well,
I don't remember when.
nobody showed up yet.
I don't know when the other.
We need to
meetings
schedule
start.
meetings. And I want to make a pitch. Before Bert jumps in, I want to make a pitch. We didn't have a meeting in September. This is the first full meeting. And we've had since June. We've got the legislative session, we've got the collaboration policy, we've got things pending. I personally think we ought to have a meeting by the end of January. I know that's shorter than quarterly, but we didn't have a September meeting. And I think we ought to have another meeting probably by the end of March, because we've got these things pending. So that's my pitch on scheduling meetings. Sarah?
I informed the governor's office, Missy, a couple of months ago that I would not be seeking another term. My term expired in September.
Yeah.
But I came today because I missed the September meeting and I wanted to ensure that there was a quorum for today's meeting. It's been quite a lively meeting. I'd like to say that all in all, I've learned a lot on this commission. I've enjoyed it. And I wish the commission well, but I'm moving on to other things, including a fair amount of travel. So I don't schedule meetings with me in mind.
And thanks, and we knew you wanted to move on to that for a while, and I appreciate that you're hanging there this long. I'm not even gonna look at Richard because I don't want to hear anything in my account. He's on, as far as I'm concerned, for now. All right, so meetings. I was just there. How about my suggestion that we have one late January and another one late March?
Yeah, is there any way you can schedule it right now while everyone is present? That would be-
Like, like the 27th,
27th?
that's the last Friday in January.
Should we try to go with last Friday?
Unless it feels pressing, which maybe it is, I'd love to do it sooner, we could try the 20th. Or the 27th.
Don't really know that something is gonna come up that we think.
Okay,
I think it'll take a little while for things to percolate in the legislature.
okay, so shall we try and float the 27th by everyone? And maybe we'll shoot for holding it here again, and maybe a little more in the middle of the day. Today we had to do it at 9 because they had another group coming, but I mean, I'll have to talk to them. It's just,
Yeah, and we might wanna, we don't have to decide it right now, but we might wanna consider having one of those days during a.
okay, yeah,
But so we're saying we're shooting for last Friday in January, last Friday in March. That's fine.
okay, let me look at this.
Okay.
March 31st.
So we're to the 31st. Yeah, maybe we go with the 4th.
The 24th would be the Friday before.
This doesn't, well,
No.
it's not great for me, but who am I?
You bring them in.
Is the 31st better?
The 31st better for me.
How about
31st.
31st?
What, of March?
Yep,
Are you talking about March?
yep,
We already talked about
The
January.
32nd of March.
I'll be there on the 32nd because it's elver fishing season.
Yeah, that's right. Good.
So 32nd, since there's no 32nd, guess what? But man, y'all making it hard.
The Elver thing would be the same for him.
Yeah,
When's the Elver season kick off?
Kind of.
usually around the 22nd.
Yeah.
Around the 22nd, somewhat roughly.
Well,
I mean, we
I'm
could do the
fine with having it
17th.
earlier.
do we wanna do, well, actually, I have it in my calendar that we had a MITSC meeting scheduled for March 10th. That was like.
Well then,
Well,
said-
why don't we,
that's true.
why don't we
That's on my
kind of
calendar.
stick with that for now and then, feel it out, by January, we might have a better idea as to whether we want to make a change to it or keep it.
January 27th and March 10th.
March 10th,
Yeah.
we can all do it, let's. do
Beware
it.
the eyes of Mark.
So the 32nd of March is.
That's right, exactly. Always. That's not perfect.
Oh, yeah, we need a motion.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
I-
Any objection?
Yeah. Oh.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. Stay safe. Stay safe and healthy.
But who knows? Maybe somebody.
everyone. Have all my lights up and everything.
Put my tree up the other day.
That's right.
You never know.
You got a sandwich?
Turn it through the electricity.
Yeah. What is it? Absence.
Did everyone get a Washington studies report that wanted?
I don't know. I mean, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, take a sandwich to go, anyone.
Yeah, I know.
My bald.
And,
They're all so.
Yeah. It's outdated there, I could introduce you.
Oh, I do not like. That, but I also have a small.
Yeah.
business.